the day. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bills C-19, Budget Implementation Act 2022, Number 1, and of the sub-amendment of Mr. Viss.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to this Budget Implementation Act, which was tabled on April 7th, and the amendment from my colleague was subsequent to that. I'd just like to talk a bit about what happened this week in the House. I often have the opportunity to try to get answers to a number of questions from representatives of the government, including on the Emergency Measures Act and the government's desire to hide information from the public, to keep that information confidential. And I wanted to inquire into the grounds for invoking that act. I also asked the Prime Minister questions about his knowledge of the court system here in Canada, i.e., should we or should we not allow a person to get off scot-free when there's a criminal charge when the act in question happened a long time ago. I also have asked questions about delays currently for various government services, including passports, immigration, EI payments. Madam Speaker, we've asked for details about CRA as well, Madam Speaker. And one thing happens consistently, both with the Prime Minister and the entire cabinet. They have a consistent tendency not to answer questions, legitimate questions that concern all Canadians, questions that each and every one of us here in the House, we all experience this. We get calls from our constituents who are concerned about how long it's taking to get a passport, how long they have to spend waiting on hold to speak to someone from a government department. And unfortunately, there's no answers and, above all, no action from this government to give Canadians a bit of hope when they have problems. And to top it all off, yesterday, the Minister responsible for Service Canada clearly invited Canadians who can't get services from government departments to go through their MP's office. Madam Speaker, that's taking a problem from one place and putting it somewhere else and hoping that the additional delay that will result from that will cause Canadians to be even more patient while they await an answer. It's totally unacceptable. And I hope that my message will be heard by the minister and by the government. Canadians are sick and tired of waiting for answers. They're sick and tired of waiting for services. This government just can't make decisions, let alone the right decisions. And they should be allowing public servants and officials to get back to work the way they did before the pandemic. Things worked sometimes all right, sometimes not so well before the pandemic, but at least things were working at some level. So I truly hope that my message will be heard and that this government that claims to be reviewing public health orders, that they claim they're studying the recommendations and revising all the public health advice. Well, hopefully they're going to show up one day with a specific plan to get back to normal and to live with COVID. I remember asking the health minister to table the documents that show that the science actually requires those public health orders and requires those vaccine mandates. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I still haven't gotten anything from the health minister or from this government that would justify the various public health orders and show that they were, in fact, warranted. And most countries elsewhere in the world are reopening their doors. Most, in Quebec, for example, on May 14th, the mask mandate will be lifted. So given all that, Madam Speaker, you won't be surprised to learn that I am quite disappointed with the budget the Liberal government tabled on April 7th. It's a budget that causes cold sweats to break out among Canadians for a number of reasons. Madam Speaker, you don't have to be an expert to realize that the inflation rate is the highest it's been in 30 years, and this affects young families, workers, seniors. The cost of living has significantly increased all across the board. Groceries, gasoline, rents, all of these things have reached new heights. For a liter of gas, it's $1.80. And the Conservatives had asked for just a small gesture to leave a little bit more money, put a little bit more money back in Canadians' pockets, and that gesture would have been to waive the GST on gas. But unfortunately, the NDP Liberal government said no to that. They rejected that idea, which would have put a little bit more money back in the pockets of Canadian and Quebec families. And that's unfortunate, given the rising inflation rates and the rising interest rates. Obviously, Canadian families are having more and more trouble making ends meet. Companies are struggling, especially small businesses. We need better leadership, Madam Speaker, and unfortunately, this government is showing none. And when we ask them for explanations, when we ask them to do something for young families and professionals, when we ask them to do something for young Canadians who see their dream of becoming homeowners vanish into thin air because of interest rates and the cost of houses, the finance minister, with the back of her hand, rejects all these claims, all the realities that Canadians are experiencing. She trots out these figures about Canada's performance compared to other countries. According to the finance minister, because Canada's stats look good, everyone's fine in Canada. Families have no struggles. Businesses have no problems. We have great economic performance internationally, so people shouldn't worry if they can't afford their groceries or their rent or what have you. It's no big whoop. When you listen to the finance minister, it's worrisome, it's insulting, and it lacks respect for Canadian families, Madam Speaker. And I hope that by the end of June, the finance minister will take a couple of minutes to realize just how bad things are, just how much bigger a burden Canadian families are having to carry. And maybe she could stop reading her notes, her one-liners that have been prepared in advance, and maybe listen to Canadian families. This first NDP Liberal budget, well, you could say that they've done this in the past, but in the past it was the Liberals supported by the NDP. But as the minister responsible for mental health said yesterday, this coalition has done its work. And in the budget, there's 56.6 billion in new spending. And that new spending is merely a reflection of the Prime Minister's desire to buy a majority that he couldn't win at the polls. So it's costing Canadians $56.6 billion to purchase a majority for the Liberals. And it's our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren who are going to have to pay for that painful choice by the Prime Minister to put his personal interest in remaining Prime Minister of Canada ahead of the interests of Canadian families. So, Madam Speaker, you will understand after all that I am going to oppose the budget, and I would encourage all my colleagues to do the same for the benefit of all Canadians. Questions and comments?
To the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party really needs to get its head into the world in terms of what is actually taking place. It wasn't that long ago in which the Conservative Party was criticizing the federal government because the price of oil was too low. When it was at 88 cents a barrel, the Conservatives were saying it's too low, and they were blaming this government. Today now, they are blaming the government because the price of oil is too high. What they don't seem to understand, Madam Speaker, is it's called the world price of oil. Much like there's world things that are happening today, whether it's a war in Ukraine, whether it's a pandemic, all of these factors play a role in things such as inflation. Will the member not recognize, and my question to the member is, will he not recognize that the world does have an impact even on Canada?
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I recognize that. So what is this government doing for Canadians besides saying that Canada is doing better than other countries? Absolutely nothing. In Vancouver today, gas is $2.11 a litre, Madam Speaker. That's the reality. And when we asked them to scrap the GST temporarily on gas, what did the NDP and the Liberals say? No, that's the reality. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend the member for Mégantic-L'Érable on his speech. This bill is the first Budget Implementation Act. And this is the legislation that implements the budget. It's more than 400 pages. It goes well beyond what the budget covered. It includes the application of the law in space, so in a galaxy near you. This section talks about strip searches in jails. Does my colleague think it's justifiable to lump all of those things into a mammoth bill that was big enough to begin with? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To answer my colleague's excellent question, I think the government is lost in space. They should be showing more transparency, but unfortunately, unlike some members who've done this in the past, I don't think the Liberals are truly ready to be transparent, Madam Speaker, because when you ask this government for transparency, their answer is Canada is doing well compared to other countries. We don't really need to look at how we're doing here at home. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. There are some things we don't like in the budget either, like the subsidies to the oil patch, but there are things that are going to help people concretely. For example, for dental care, the government is going to pay for the most underprivileged, for seniors and so on, to get dental care. Does my colleague think that people in his riding will benefit from these social measures? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I have a hard time understanding how the NDP could have left its soul on the table by agreeing to support a budget in advance without even knowing what was in it. Now, we don't really know because we haven't been informed about all the talks between the two parties, but they haven't just supported this budget. They're going to support next year's and the one after and the one after that without even knowing what's going to be in those budgets. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. And if the NDP and this new coalition trusts the Liberals to keep their promises, well, I would just remind them that since 2015, they haven't been very successful in keeping their word.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country, very short question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for his intervention. He did mention the amount of new spending, which was roughly $57 billion, and I'm wondering if he can comment on if there's something in the budget to how that will be paid off. Like, is there anything in the budget that has any fiscal anchors, anything that leads to where and how all of this debt's going to be paid off?
The honourable member for Mégantic L'Érable. No.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my honourable colleague, the Deputy Leader for Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, the member for Mégantic L'Érable, for his excellent, and it spends an awful lot of money, and this year Canadians are going to have an incredibly tough time getting by. One of the questions to the previous speaker was if it was appropriate for the budget document to have so many things jammed in there that didn't address the raison d'etre of the budget. And no, it's not appropriate. The government had one job. They had one job with this budget, and that was to make sure that Canadians could afford to live. We've seen over the last 2 years incredibly challenging times that also was met with an incredible response, including with incredible sums of money being spent by the government. But with $57 billion in new spending at a time when the economy doesn't need more stimulus, but Canadians need a break, we're not seeing that. Canadians were looking for ways that the government was going to make their life more affordable. We have the highest inflation that we've seen in more than 3 decades. That inflation climbing over 6.7%. We haven't seen an inflationary hit like that since the introduction of the GST. And what does that look like for families? We hear the government's response to the pleas and the cries and the assertions of the opposition that Canadians need help. And government members will say, well, you know, it's a global phenomenon and our net debt to GDP is pretty good when you compare it to other countries. That does nothing to help Canadians who are going to spend, on average, $1,000 more this year to feed their family. That word salad will still leave people with empty bellies. The price of gas in this part of the country, in Eastern Ontario, it's going to climb over $1.90 a litre between today and tomorrow. And it's not a question of if we're going to hit $2 a litre. It's a question of which day we're going to hit $2 a litre. So what does that look like for someone who has to drive to work? What does that look like for someone who's depends on their vehicle for so many things, especially in parts of rural Canada? In rural Eastern Ontario, in my community, in Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, where you have to drive to get to a doctor's appointment, to get to work, to take your kids to school or a recreational activity, to say nothing about social visits. It means that they can't afford it. And living in one of the world's coldest climates, the price of home heating is going up as well. So what's in this document, Madam Speaker? What's in the budget? Is there a GST holiday for Canadians to help them when more than half of Canadians, nearly 2/3 of Canadians, are within $200 of insolvency, not being able to pay their bills, which would jeopardize the ability for them to keep a roof over their head, to feed their families and themselves? Nope, it's not in there. And with energy prices soaring and hitting the average Canadian especially hard? Is there a break on the carbon tax increase that does nothing to stop their necessity of driving? It's not correcting a bad behavior. Good people doing good things. No, there's no break on that carbon tax increase in there for them. So it's incredibly disheartening to see this document from the government after so much goodwill was given by all members in this place to support a Team Canada approach in helping Canadians get through the pandemic. Canadians now need a Team Canada approach to support them when life is so unaffordable. And before the pandemic, the provinces and territories were asking for something in the range of $28 billion in increased healthcare dollars. And during the pandemic, this Prime Minister said, well, we'll talk about healthcare spending when the pandemic is over. Well, I think that COVID's going to be with us for a long time, and this is arguably the first post-pandemic budget. But they haven't even started the conversation with the provinces about stable and predictable healthcare funding, and instead introduced a separate bill that was to spend $2 billion to address backlogs on surgical wait times, delayed and canceled care and treatment appointments that are devastating Canadians with unbelievably negative results for their personal health. And they've tied that $2 billion commitment into this bill. Well, we had hallway healthcare across this country, and hospitals operated at between 95% and 130% capacity before COVID. So instead of introducing new programs that are going to tax a healthcare system that is already experiencing a healthcare human resource shortage, for which there's nothing to address that healthcare human resource shortage in this budget, they're putting in new programs that the provinces didn't ask for whom healthcare is solely their responsibility. And through a $2 billion one-time payment that is supposed to stand in the place of meaningful consultations between the government of Canada, the Prime Minister, and the province's premiers. That's not partnership, it's not cooperation, it's certainly not going to give Canadians any comfort. And frankly, Canadians have been very patient. They've been very patient over the last 2 years. And as I said, the results have been of varying degrees terrible for those who had delayed, missed, and canceled treatment and care appointments, as well as surgeries. So what does this budget do? Well, you hear the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader say it does lots. It does lots to make sure that this government gets to stay in power through their deal with the NDP. Voters are going to get an NDP budget having voted Liberal. It's incredibly disingenuous of this government to say that they're putting Canadians first when what we've seen is the same thing that we've seen from this government time and time and time again. And that's a Prime Minister who will do anything to stay in power. Questions get too hot in committee, prorogue Parliament. All members of the House agree not to have an election during the pandemic. Polls look good for the PM, calls an election. Shame. And then when there's a real opportunity to do right by Canadians, to give them a break on this affordability crisis that we're facing, the Prime Minister saw a great opportunity to hitch his wagon to the NDP and continue for another year to hold on to power. Instead of, doing what Canadians elected us all to do, and that's to look out for our neighbors, look out for each other, look out for them and not look out for our own self-interest, which is what we've seen with this. So it's very disappointing, Madam Speaker, but I can assure you that the official opposition is going to continue to stand up for Canadians. We're going to continue to remind the government that on Main Street, life's getting more and more unaffordable. And even though they're getting their advice from Bay Street, we're going to be here fighting for Canadians every single day. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the member has a little bit of confusion when it comes to health care. If you take a look at it, when he says that there is no planning or we're not supporting health care, well, Madam Speaker, we have health care accords with all the different provinces and territories, something that Stephen Harper was not able to accomplish, which gave annual increases. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you take a look at over $45 billion that we're investing, which is actually over 4% higher than it would have been in the previous fiscal year. When he makes reference to the $2 billion, that's to deal with the backlog of surgeries and procedures due to the pandemic. That's over and above. Can you only imagine what Stephen Harper would have done, Madam Speaker? We are a government that recognizes the importance of health care, and we've supported health care, and we continue to support health care. I'm wondering if there's anything that the member would like to retract when it comes to the issue of health care, because that was one of the biggest dismal failures of the Harper regime.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's interesting that in attempting to correct what I said, the parliamentary secretary, who obviously only woke up halfway through my speech, repeated what I said, and that the $2 billion was to address backlogs caused by COVID-19 in the healthcare system. And what I said, and I'll repeat it for the honourable gentleman, and that's that the provinces and territories asked for stable and predictable funding and have since said that they want to meet with the Prime Minister to negotiate what that agreement is going to look like going forward, and this Prime Minister has refused to do it. Shame on him.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière. Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to my colleague for his speech.
Le gouvernement met en place une...
In C19, the government's implementing a new tax, a tax on luxury goods.
So please stop the conversations while the Honourable Member for Joliette is asking a question. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member.
Madame la Présidente, de toute évidence...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, the member for Winnipeg North is on fire today, as is often the case. In C19, there's a tax on luxury goods, luxury cars, luxury boats, and aircraft. We can be for or against the principle. At the Bloc Québécois, we're in favor of it. However, at the committee level, the government and public officials revealed that there was no study on the impact of those sectors. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this issue. And one aspect that is important is that the tax is supposed to be applied for personal use of aircraft, but what we're seeing in the structure of the tax is that it could apply to the business sector. For example, mining companies that want to transport their workers. And everything that is exported, the tax has to be paid before it's reimbursed.
Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my honourable colleague from Joliette for the question. And like so many things, a special interest group, a lobby group, picked up the telephone. It rang directly in the Prime Minister's office. They answered and they said, that's a great idea. We're not really concerned about the impact on Canadians, but it sounds great, so we're going to include it in the budget. And the problem, when you don't do an analysis on something like the impact of this particular tax, is what does that look like for jobs in the communities where people, for example, provide service on aircraft, service on boats. And that's going to have a devastating impact on communities, and that should have been, it was an obligation of the government to have studied that impact and considered it before putting it in this omnibus bill.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask my honourable colleague, because to me, one of the fundamentals of Parliament is accountability, transparency. He was on the committee with me when we studied the government grant to the We Charity. And this was an opportunity for this children's charity to answer some straightforward questions. How many companies they owned? What was the separation between their for-profit, their charitable status? Who owned the companies? And yet we never did get those answers, and it took 4 legal summons to try and get answers. But still, the man who handled all their finances, Mr. Victor Lee, never did come before Parliament. We never got the kind of documentation we asked for. Straightforward questions. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he feels that we still have not got the answers that the Canadians deserve about this international organization, We Charity.
The honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Isles, Rideau Lakes in 15 seconds or less.
Well, I'll thank the member for Timmins, James Bay, for the question. And, we saw a scandal that involved, a $1 billion contract going to insiders. Again, as I mentioned in my previous response, with respect to the CFO, Victor Lee, who did not appear before the committee in person, as well as multiple members of government staff who were instructed by ministers to not appear before the committee. Parliament and Canadians have not received the answers. It's incumbent on all members in this place to make sure that our lawful powers and authorities are respected in this land.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Scarborough-Fort Rouge. Madam Speaker, when I think of the budget, I think that we need to recognize a few points right off at the beginning. Number one, it invests in economic growth and innovations, Madam Speaker. If you read through the budget, you will see that amplified throughout the budget virtually, Madam Speaker. We believe in investing, not only in that area, but also investing in people, Madam Speaker. We can talk about the environment, but in this budget we see an investment into green transition, Madam Speaker. This is all good news that's within this budget. Was anyone inside this chamber surprised, or any Canadian surprised, when the Conservative Party said they were going to vote against the budget? I wasn't. I don't think anyone was surprised, Madam Speaker. I believe they already knew they were going to be voting against the budget even before the budget was presented, Madam Speaker. So no one needs to be surprised. What is surprising to a certain degree is the twisting that we're seeing of Conservatives turning into pretzels because they're trying to justify why it is that they don't support the budget, Madam Speaker. We see that in some of the procedural games that they're playing. You know, yesterday, for example, they brought in a concurrence motion in order to prevent members from being able to debate the matter, Madam Speaker. We see members talk about the budget not necessarily recognizing the reality. Like the member that spoke earlier talking about, well, the price of oil, and somehow it's the government of Canada's responsibility for the world price of oil. When the Conservatives criticized us when the price of oil was too low, and now they're criticizing us because the price of oil is too high, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party does not have its mind in reality. The truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, is that Canada, like every other country around the world, was inflicted with the worldwide pandemic. To deny its existence, Madam Speaker, and its impact is unacceptable. To recognize that there's a war that's taking place today in Europe. The war that was put into place as a direct result of one person, President Putin, and the impact that it is having in Ukraine. And we are so grateful for the heroes of Ukraine, because it goes beyond Ukraine, the borders of Ukraine, where there's a great solidarity movement worldwide in support of Ukraine. But to not recognize that as something that's having an impact worldwide in terms of issues such as inflation. How many times do we hear the Conservative talk about inflation? To try to push the panic button as if Canada's alone. It's Canada's inflation rate, and we're leading the world on inflation. When nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. We only need to look south in the United States, and you'll find that Canada's inflation rate is less. You can take a look compared to European countries, many of them, Madam Speaker, especially if you were to average it out, you'll find that Canada's inflation rate is less. If you take a look at the job numbers, do you know that Canada has recovered, I believe it's 112 or 115% of the jobs that were lost during the pandemic, at the beginning of the pandemic, Madam Speaker? Compare that to the United States. And you'll find that we have done exceptionally well. We are definitely better, far better than what the United States has done, Madam Speaker. If you talk about economic growth, in the G7, we are predicted as the healthiest economic growth out of the G7 countries, the most powerful nations of the world, Madam Speaker. It's interesting when you listen to question period. You get these out-of-reality questions when it comes to the economy, but they avoid talking about the budget, and I suspect with good reasons, because it's fairly well received by Canadians. Because Canadians know that they have a government that truly cares, a government that is progressively moving forward, supporting Canadians. We love the fact that for the first time ever, we have a national child care program, Madam Speaker. A program that's going to ensure affordability in daycare from coast to coast to coast, because like other things, we were able to achieve through consensus a health care and a child care agreement, Madam Speaker, with all provinces and territories. And as a result, we will have a healthier population, and we will have more people engaged in the workforce. And on the latter point, all one needs to do is look at the province of Quebec. The province of Quebec has demonstrated very clearly to the rest of Canada that making childcare affordable enables more to get engaged into the workforce, Madam Speaker, not to mention the quality of life for all. This is a government that has moved forward on that issue. Within this budget, there are so many initiatives. It's hard to try to get everything in 10 minutes. Well, quite frankly, it's impossible, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to highlight a few points that I wanted to emphasize. $2 billion, and I made reference to this earlier, and Madam Speaker, you might recall I talked about it last night. Not only does Canada provide historical amounts of health care transfers to the provinces, like we're talking over $45 billion. Never before have we seen a federal government give that kind of cash to the provinces. But within this budget, we're giving an additional $2 billion top off. Now, yes, it's targeted. And I know that might upset some of my members in the Bloc, and some members in the Conservatives are also a little upset with it. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, my friends in the New Democrats, I hope, are not upset with it, because what it does is it provides additional dollars, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to our healthcare system to ensure that we can deal with some of those surgery and healthcare issues that came up, such as backlogs, Madam Speaker.
Not all marriages are happy
You know, the pain that's involved in a hips that need to be replaced, the individuals that had cancer detection and have not had the types of surgeries that are necessary quite often. These are the types of supports that we are providing through the $2 billion transfer because of the pandemic. That's over and above the health transfer agreements that we achieved with the provinces and territories. Now, the critics will say, well, the provinces and territories, they want more money. I've been a parliamentarian for 30 years. Every year, the provinces and territories ask for more money. Why wouldn't they, Madam Speaker? That's not the only thing they ask for. I used to be a provincial healthcare critic. I understand the system. The greatest threat to healthcare today is dealing, and number one is, yes, providing the funds, but is dealing with the need for managing the changes that are necessary. That means investing in looking at, for example, expansion in mental health. It means looking at long-term care. How can we ensure that seniors are spending more time in their homes, Madam Speaker? You know, we have a wonderful initiative in this budget. I would suggest to you it's one of those gold nuggets. It's the multi-generational home renovation program. I believe that program is going to enable more seniors to live longer in their homes with their families, Madam Speaker. It's a program that's going to save healthcare dollars, but more importantly, Madam Speaker, it's better for our communities, for our families. And I see my time has expired, and I only got my first 2 points, Madam Speaker. Hopefully, I'll be able to get more time in the coming days. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his interesting speech. Now, there are some gaps in C-19. For example, the health transfer for Quebec and the provinces. But there are some positive elements. The green transition, the 5-week extension to EI for seasonal workers, and more. So my question is the following. What can this government do to meet Quebec and the province's demands, particularly in health, and to respect their jurisdiction?
Jerry.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I believe that we are meeting the needs of our provinces and territories with record high health transfers, and those transfers are tied to the Canada Health Act, something in which Canadians in all regions of our country genuinely believe in. And further to that, we're also emphasizing through not just talking about it, but by providing dollars to go towards it, where we could see standards on long-term care, where we can see an expansion into dental programs, where we can see an expansion into mental health. This is a government that recognizes that the provinces do have the administrative responsibility for health care, but the federal government also has a strong leadership role, and the government of Canada, this Prime Minister, is stepping up to the plate to fulfill that commitment.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fort Murray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In listening to the debate from the member opposite, I didn't hear a lot of clarity when it comes to actually understanding that some of these issues clearly are provincial jurisdiction, and supporting the provinces and working in partnership with, in consultation with the provinces. There was a lot of word salad in that last answer, and not a lot of concrete understanding that it's not just a responsibility of the province, it's a constitutional responsibility of the province. So I'm just wondering if he actually understands what provincial jurisdiction means. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I was a member of Manitoba Legislature for almost 20 years. I understand the differences between federal and provincial responsibilities, but I also understand what my constituents want. What my constituents want is for Ottawa to continue to play a leadership role, and to try to say that Ottawa, for example, has no role in health care, it would be absolutely and totally wrong, and I dearly hope that my Conservative friends will come to that understanding. It's in the long-term best interest of all Canadians that the official opposition recognize just to the degree in which Canadians love and appreciate their health care system. The Conservatives should not be dishing it, Madam Speaker. They should be supporting it. Our current Prime Minister has had more discussions with premiers in a few years than Stephen Harper ever did in his entire 10 years.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for the speech. But at this point in time, people are hurting on the street, and this budget is leaving people behind. I want to speak specifically about persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities are approaching a year now that they've been waiting for a bill to be brought to this House in regards to the Canada Disability Benefit. They are extremely disappointed, but not just that, they are suffering because this bill has not come to the floor. Madam Speaker, through you, could I ask the member, when is this bill coming to the floor, and why haven't we seen it yet?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the initiatives that the Prime Minister had indicated to the Cabinet, in fact, all of caucus, is that there's things in which we can improve upon, things that we can learn from the pandemic. And if the member wanted to take the time to read what I thought was just a brilliant speech quite a while back from the Minister responsible for disabilities, when she had talked about the need to build that data bank, to start giving more attention to people with disabilities. And I know she's charged with the responsibility of the issue that the member has raised. She takes it very, very seriously, and like her, I await and will be patient, as I know that the minister and this government takes the issue very seriously, and hope to see some action on that front. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm delighted to join you here and speak in favor of the Budget Implementation Act, and I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the unceded lands of the Algonquin people. Madam Speaker, we were elected in 2015, and I just want to highlight some of the major successes in my region of Scarborough, and particularly Scarborough-Rouge Park. As you're aware, we were able to support the extension of the Scarborough subway with an investment of $2.26 billion. It's an unprecedented level of investment in Scarborough, and I'm very proud of the work of all of our Scarborough colleagues in order to ensure this. We've also invested heavily in our communities, including a hub in Scarborough Agincourt, and of course, for me, in my riding of Scarborough-Rouge Park, it is the fulfillment of a dream for many in the Tamil community, which is the establishment of the Tamil Community Centre with an investment of over $14 million from the federal government in partnership with the province as well as the City of Toronto. I'm very blessed to have one of the most beautiful ridings in Canada, but it's made more beautiful by the Rouge National Urban Park. And it is something that we fulfilled right after being elected. Of course, it's one of those parks where I think every political party can take credit for its success, but of course, under the leadership of Minister McKenna, we were able to ensure that the entire land for the parks was secured and transferred to the federal government, and it's now under the able management of Parks Canada. So we're standing here 6 years later, and I'm trying to reflect on the successes, but also the challenges that we have ahead. And some of those challenges, obviously, with COVID-19, we've seen that the Scarborough Health Network, which is a primary a health care provider in our region, has worked very hard during the pandemic, whether it's on the testing front or in terms of providing vaccines, educating people on who have vaccine hesitation, and to really make sure that we have one amongst the highest vaccination rates in all of Canada. And I want to just thank and congratulate the Scarborough Health Network. But we also know that the systems, our health systems overall, are not in their best form because of all the pressures. And I want to just assure the folks from the Scarborough Health Network that this budget and the Budget Implementation Act does support the health network. We have $2 billion set aside to ensure that we catch up on the surgeries and the appointments that were missed during the pandemic. And the budget has a robust measures to support our health network across Scarborough, but also across Canada. But of course, one of the major challenges we had during the pandemic was in long-term care homes. In one of my long-term care homes, we lost over 53 people, and that was, and I spoke about this a number of times before. It was obviously a heart-wrenching realization of the failures of long-term care and the need for all of us, of all levels of government, despite the fact it's a provincial responsibility, there is a federal component to it to ensure that we have national standards for long-term care, and this Budget Implementation Act definitely does support the need for this type of national standards, and I'm very proud that we're able to do that. Madam Speaker, we've had, Scarborough is one of the most diverse areas of the country, and I want to talk about something that is, near and dear to my heart, and that is really about safe and inclusive communities. You may recall late last year, University of Toronto Scarborough campus, under the leadership of Professor Wisdom Teddy, instituted the Scarborough Charter, which essentially brings together academics, students, and really post-secondary institutions to ensure that academia reflects the Black communities in Canada, and this Scarborough Charter really is a very important framework. And we have in so many different parts of Scarborough a very concerted effort to address the issues of systemic racism. And I'm so proud that this budget expands on the National Anti-Racism Strategy that I was part of developing in 2019 to invest $85 million towards the new anti-racism strategy and a national action plan on combating hate. We know the impacts of racism in my community. My community comprises of one of the largest communities of African Caribbean descent in Canada. I have the largest Tamil population. I have the largest Guyanese population. I have a very strong and vibrant and diverse Muslim population. And I can go on and on. But the reality is that folks in my riding may not have the same opportunities as others, whether it's in employment, whether it's in housing, whether it's in essential services. So I'm very proud that we are investing on ensuring that we achieve race equity, but at the same time, we're making sure that we're combating the hate, and we saw that last year in London, Ontario. We see it periodically across mosques and synagogues and even Hindu temples across Canada. And we know that violence as well as hatred towards racialized people is significantly on the rise. And on that point, I just want to highlight that we are investing significantly in terms of establishing a special envoy on preserving Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism, which again is very important to our community, as well as ensuring that we have a new special representative on combating Islamophobia. I believe, Madam Speaker, in order for us to have a safer community, we need to invest in these measures. But we don't actually stop there. We go beyond and expanding Supporting Black Canadian Communities initiative with $50 million. This is on top of what my friend from Gatineau, or Hull Aylmer rather, often says, we've invested over $800 million since we've taken office in terms of ensuring that we have an even playing field for members of Canada's Black communities. But we know that there's a lot more to do, and the investment that we have in this budget is a reaffirmation of the need to move forward. And on a side note, Madam Speaker, we were able to ensure that the Honourable Jean Augustine, who was an august member of this House, her work is recognized through a legacy contribution to an endowed chair in her name. And these are some of the measures that really are going towards the root of combating racism and hatred in Canada. Of course, we are also putting in $100 million towards ensuring that we have a national action plan to support the LGBTQI community. And of course, Madam Speaker, there's significant work that we're doing with respect to reconciliation, and I unfortunately don't have time to talk about it extensively, but all I can say is that it's a path that I know we've taken over many years, but it's a journey that's going to take a great deal more from the federal government, but from all Canadians, and we are, I believe, on the right trajectory. And while I recognize the frustrations and, of course, the slow pace of this, it is important that we double down and we continue on this path, and I invite all of our members to support, members in this House to support this. On a final note, Madam Speaker, I do want to finish up with the Rouge Park. We have a commitment of planting 2 billion trees across Canada, but particularly we do have a carve-out for the Rouge Park of $2 million for establishment of a new trail that will connect to across Canada, and I'm very proud of that. And I hope to continue this work, and I look forward to questions from my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
Questions and comments? One brief question before statements by members. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Very much. Thank you for those remarks. And I'm glad that you mentioned Rouge National Park, and I'm happy to...
That I didn't mention anything.
Member mentioned Rouge National Park, and I happen to be sitting in the seat for one of the members that formerly was in this House, Peter Kent, who is a big proponent and a big reason that that park exists today. But I wanted to, the member talked about equity, that we need more workers, and the pay gap between men and women is still very real, and I'm wondering if he can point to anything in the budget other than words and rhetoric to see that any of that is being fixed, whether it's training, whether it's money for hiring. I think the member calls it investment. I think there's a lot of words here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to pay tribute to Peter Kent, who was very important in establishing the park. And of course, as I acknowledged, this is a park that all political parties of all stripes can take credit for. But in terms of the wage gap, I think one of the major ways that we've been able to address it is through our agreements with the provinces on $10 a day childcare. I think it is a transformational program that's going to support women, particularly to enter the workforce, but also to advance in their careers.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Every member of this House, whether you're a Conservative, Liberal, New Democrat, member of the Green Party, or the Bloc, understand in terms of what's taking place in Europe, Madam Speaker. And around the world, there is a great movement of Ukrainian solidarity, one that wants to see Ukraine prevail. The heroes of Ukraine are making a difference that go far beyond the boundaries of Ukraine. We're very fortunate here as members of Parliament because over the next couple of months, we're going to have some wonderful young ladies, Madam Speaker. Over 40 Ukrainian interns are going to be in Ottawa over the next 2 months, Madam Speaker. And I know that they will be contributing in a very real way for us. I know for myself personally, I'll take the extra time to get a little better understanding of what's happening in Ukraine as a direct result. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to thank my good friend, mentor, and community leader, Energizer Billy Walker, for his 11 years of service as the Member of Provincial Parliament for Bruce Grey Owen Sound. First elected in 2011, Bill has been a strong advocate for our riding throughout his time at Queen's Park. Since becoming part of the provincial government in 2018, he has served as the Chief Government Whip, the Minister of Government and Consumer Services, the Associate Minister of Energy, and most recently as the Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, Bill announced he would not be seeking another term in the upcoming provincial election, signaling an end to his remarkable political career. Some highlights of MPP Walker's career include securing funding for the new Markdale Hospital, along with 5 long-term care facilities across the riding, the opening of 3 new schools and child care centres, and over $420 million in funding for projects across Bruce and Grey counties. On behalf of the people of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, my personal thanks to Bill, his wife Michaela, and their sons Zach and Ben for their sacrifice and service to our riding. I wish Bill all the best in his future challenges.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the investiture as Officer to the Order of Canada of Mr. Thomas Forne, a remarkable constituent of St. John's East. Mr. Forne demonstrates a fervent commitment to Newfoundland and Labrador and has been a strong ambassador to the preservation of our province's unique heritage, as well as helping to nurture a thriving future. A lifelong volunteer, Mr. Forne is a strong supporter of our province's talented artists, writers, and performers, and he has been a champion of the local entrepreneurial ecosystem as an angel investor, board member, advisor, and mentor. In 2003, he joined the inaugural board of the Rooms Corporation and was instrumental in the Where Once They Stood, We Stand campaign, a First World War project that includes the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery that was created to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Beaumont Hamel. To Tom, his wife Susan, the 2 sons, alongside their families from all Newfoundland.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia. Madam Speaker, we are seeing a disturbing rise in all these toxic forms of hate in Canada as far-right extremists mobilize in our country. We see this manifest in despicable acts of hate and violence across the country. Canadians need to stand up and speak out against far-right extremism and hate. We do that by fighting hate in all its toxic forms. Canadians have our next opportunity to speak out next Tuesday, May 10th, as the Stand With Asians Coalition and other important groups mark a day of action against increasing anti-Asian racism and hate. Cities representing over 15 million Canadians have already marked this day with proclamations. Madam Speaker, some of the most fundamental freedoms are freedom from hate and freedom from fear. Let's all stand together for freedom from hate in Canada.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. May 7th is National Child and Youth Mental Health Day. It's about building caring connections between youth and the caring adults in their lives. That's why we're investing $39 million to promote the mental health of children, youth, and others at risk of experiencing inequities, and $7.5 million to Kids Help Phone to provide crisis services to children and youth. We also launched the Wellness Together portal in 2020 to provide free, confidential, multilingual, 24/7 online support. Earlier this year, we unveiled Pocket Well, a companion app that makes the portal even more accessible to youth. Our government will continue to support youth mental health, and I encourage all parliamentarians and all Canadians to build caring relationships with the young people around them and support them in caring for their mental health. One good thing to come out of the pandemic is that we have certainly shown more empathy. And when you see the world through someone else's eyes, you understand them better.
Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, every year about 1,000 Canadians are killed at workplace accidents or die of work-related injuries. No matter how careful we are, sometimes accidents happen. These human tragedies affect individuals and families in my riding of Edmonton Manning. That's why I support the Steps for Life walk taking place on May 14 at Edmonton's Rundle Park. The money raised by walkers will be used to help families deal with threats for life. Let's the walk organizers connect those dealing with workplace death or injury with people who understand their situation because they have themselves experienced it, providing one-on-one peer support, group networking, and links to community agencies. Thank you for the walkers and donors of this first in-person Step for Life walk since 2019. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Madam Speaker, earlier this week, Muslims in Canada and around the world celebrated Eid al-Fitr. Eid al-Fitr is a festival that follows Ramadan's month after fasting. It's a spiritual celebration of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's gift of the strength and endurance that the fasting required. It is also a time to forgive and to seek forgiveness, to reflect on compassion, charity, and generosity. In some countries, Eid is a 3-day festival, but in Canada, it's generally a 1-day family holiday. When the community engages in prayers, feasting, family get-togethers, spending time with friends and neighbors, exchanging gifts, and helping those who are in need. I want to thank all those who have contributed so much to building our great country and our amazing society as a place where everyone is free to celebrate their beliefs and cultures and their religious practices are respected. Thank you so much.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1954, my mother, Kate Taylor, a newly graduated nurse, worked in Moose Factory on James Bay. In 1979, my sister India began her nursing career in the North, in Hay River, Northwest Territories. Then, as now, nurses are the backbone of patient care. Nurses step up and work very long hours when needed, and no time was this more true than during the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Nurses should be celebrated every day. Let's all thank the nurses in our communities. Nursing Week is May 9th through 15th, coinciding with the birthday of nurse and social reformer Florence Nightingale. I am proud of the 5 nurses following in her footsteps, running it for all parties in our upcoming Ontario election. I am pleased that one of them, an outstanding nurse in person, Marjan Kasserlou, is in mine. To all the nurses working in healthcare settings in Aurora, Oak Ridges, and Richmond Hill, and across our country, thank you. You will always be heroes.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Since the rollout of the Liberals' Made regime, we've heard harrowing stories of folks who were abused and pressured to receive a medically assisted death by the same medical system that failed to offer them adequate care. Luckily, in some of these cases, there was an intervention to stop the process. In others, sadly, those people are no longer with us to tell their story. Now, with the government becoming the legislative branch for certain radical lobby groups and blindly expanding medically assisted death to people with physical disabilities and mental illness, we're hearing more stories of abuse and victimization, stories of people who've received or are pursuing a medically assisted death because they have a disability and can't afford adequate housing, or because life has become so unaffordable that they no longer have the means to live or to pay for treatment. If this was what the government had in mind when they expanded the regime, what will it look like when it's expanded to medically assisted death for minors? The Liberals must ensure that no more Canadians are victimized by this medically assisted death regime.
Member for London North Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise to once again wish Eid Mubarak to all Muslims who finished observing the holy month of Ramadan this past Monday. As a friend of mine put it so eloquently, Ramadan is a month where Muslims eat less and reflect more, where they sleep less and pray more, where they spend less and donate more, where they watch less and read more, where they judge less and forgive more. It's always a privilege to attend iftar gatherings in London through this special month and to see the strength, resolve, and dedication of the community. This weekend, I'm looking forward to being in London and attending the first ever Muslim Lifestyle Expo taking place at the Western Fair Agriplex and running from today until Sunday. This gathering, hosted by the Events Co., will showcase artists, entertainment, halal food trucks, and numerous vendors offering a range of products.
Please show your support of this inaugural expo. It's events like these that showcase the multiculturalism that makes Canada the very best country in the world. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, yesterday Canada and Quebec lost a great reporter, a famous author, Mario Roy. I'm sorry to have to interrupt the member and ask him to start over again. Could I have order, please? Order in the House and a bit of respect for the Honourable Member making a statement. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, you may begin over. Madam Speaker, yesterday Canada and Quebec lost a great journalist, an editorialist and author. Mario Roy died in Montreal after a rich career as a reporter. He started in 1981 and reported on the National Assembly and on arts and culture. He became an editorialist in 89 and occupied that position for 15 years until his death. He wrote a number of books. Mario Roy defended a number of more conservative values, and even if I didn't always share his opinions and his editorials, his articles brought an important voice to political debate. On behalf of my colleagues in the House of Commons, my most sincere condolences to his partner and 2 children.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, every day 4 Canadians are killed at the hands of an impaired driver. And yet this Liberal government wants to go soft on impaired drivers with their Soft on Crime Bill C-5. The bill will allow criminals convicted of impaired driving causing death to serve their sentence from home. At the Justice Committee, the Director of Victim Services of MAD Canada characterized Bill C-5 as hurtful and harmful to victims of impaired driving. The same is true of victims of sexual assault, kidnapping, and human trafficking, given Bill C-5's reckless expansion of house arrest for these and other serious offenses. While the Liberals stand up for criminals, Conservatives will continue to stand up for victims by fighting Bill C-5.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The war in Ukraine passed the 70-day mark this week, and we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Could I ask the member to start over again? Order, please. Order while members are making statements. The Honourable Member, start over, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The war in Ukraine passed the 70-day mark this week, and we stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the generosity, compassion, and empathy of Canadians for the people of Ukraine, both in terms of the aid that's been sent over there and the work being done here to welcome people fleeing the atrocities of this war. I'd like to highlight the coming together of the community of Châteauguay-Lacolle, which immediately formed a welcoming committee, a group of organizations and individuals. Already, our volunteers, coordinated by the indefatigable Nicoletta Carolan, are supporting some 20 people and preparing to take in many more families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, I am proud to rise today in this House to tell you about an incredible living history museum in my riding, Fanshawe Pioneer Village, and its project to preserve and restore London's fugitive slave chapel. The slave chapel, built in 1848, served as a place of gathering and worship for London's black community until 1868 and was one of the terminus points on the Underground Railroad. The chapel was gifted to Fanshawe Pioneer Village to ensure it is protected and promoted properly. It's not only important to London's black history, but also to Canadian history. The preservation of this influential building at Fanshawe Pioneer Village will ensure it is showcased, respected, and honored now, and offers a unique educational experience to future generations. The village has received much community support from local groups, but needs federal government support. As it stands, the building is at risk of further deterioration. If we do not act now, a key piece of London's history could be lost. I've written to the Minister of Heritage requesting funding and now call upon this government to support this historical community treasure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, Camille Lorrain, father of the Charter of the French language, would have been 100 years old today. On this occasion, all the ministers responsible for the French language over the past 3 decades paid tribute to him in an open letter. They reiterated the importance of maintaining constant action to value and promote our national language. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to take this opportunity to call on them for help. The federal government is going to war with the Charter of the French language with its Bill C-13 reforming the Official Languages Act. Ottawa is giving itself legal priority over Quebec in order to prevent the application of the Quebec Charter to businesses that are federally regulated. It makes the application of the Charter of the French language optional. It gives companies the choice between the Charter or Canadian bilingualism, the Air Canada model, the model of least effort and of contempt. 100 years after Camille Lorrain's birth, our fight for the future of French continues and is one of the crucial battles. It's taking place here now in Ottawa. Let's mobilize.
The liberty to speak freely, we cannot profess to be truly free. It is through the use of speech that most of us share our thoughts, our ideas, and our beliefs. This propels us forward. It facilitates innovation. Incredible. It also provides us with a means to criticize, to challenge, and to correct when we believe someone to be in error. This includes the government of the day, no matter the party at the helm. If we believe progressing as a society is important, then we must contend for free speech. After all, it is the very foundation of democracy. Which is why it is beyond alarming to me, then, that this government is moving forward with legislation that will censor free speech. Bill C-11, Bill C-18, and the upcoming Online Harms Bill. These bills are a concerted effort to take autonomy away from individuals and put more power, more control in the hands of government. I urge this House, therefore, and all Canadians to stand on guard and to do all that they can to contend for and protect free speech, for it is the very foundation upon which all other freedoms in this country are formed.
Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This coming week, Canadians will be celebrating and thanking our nurses for all their hard work, dedication, and care they provide to our communities. From assisting with life-threatening crises to delivering beautiful babies and caring for the elderly, nurses perform many of the most strenuous and difficult tasks in medicine and healthcare. As professionals who perform essential points of healthcare services, nurses serve as the first point of contact for many Canadians. Through this pandemic, we have seen countless nurses step up and take on a new role and additional responsibilities to ensure that Canadians had access to stable healthcare, hospitals, and treatments. Our government pushed for anti-harassment legislation to protect our healthcare workers in Bill C-3 so that they could go to work, so they did not have to worry about violence in the workplace. We all owe a debt of gratitude to nurses for their invaluable work in our communities. So thank you, merci miigwech, to all nurses. And Madam Speaker, happy Mother's Day to you. And to, of course, a special shout out to my mother, Linda, my wife, Lisa, and my mother-in-laws, Carol and Claudette. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Gas is $1.94.9 per litre in Barrie today. Enbridge Line 5 provides more than 50% of the fuel to Eastern Canada. An application was filed in U.S. federal court to shut down this pipeline, and so far the Liberals have done nothing to oppose this U.S. court action. If Line 5 is shut down, there will surely be gas shortages and spikes in the price of gas that will cause an already unaffordable situation for families and businesses to get much worse. Are the Liberals going to fight this, or are they just going to roll over on Line 5 like they did with Keystone XL?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. The continued operation of Line 5 is non-negotiable. We will take appropriate steps to ensure the continued safe operation of this critical infrastructure, and we continue to work closely with the owner of Line 5. Canada and the United States continue to be engaged in a process under the 1977 Transit Pipelines Agreement to ensure the continued operation of Line 5. And until this issue is resolved, I will continue to raise it with my U.S. counterparts, as I have been doing on an ongoing basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
The passport situation in this country is so bad that people are actually camping out overnight outside Canadian government passport offices just to receive service. This is a complete failure on the part of the Liberals, not our public service, to plan for a surge of renewals that everyone knew was coming. Canadians are angry and they're anxious, having to cancel long-anticipated trips and to see loved ones or vacations because of this government's failure to deliver the most basic of services. No excuses. When can Canadians expect a return to normal processing times?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Madam Speaker, Canadians are travelling again, and there's been an unprecedented volume increase in the demand for passports for those who wish to travel, and it's resulted in long lineups and wait times for in-person service. And we do understand that the situation is difficult and stressful for many. The minister has been traveling across the country visiting Service Canada locations to hear directly from frontline staff who've been working day, night, and weekends to alleviate the long lines and the wait times. We've hired 500 new employees, and the minister and the department will continue to turn every rock to find solutions to serve Canadians to the service they're entitled to.
Barry Innisfil.
Let's be honest, Madam Speaker, this whole mess and the inability to provide even the most basic government services like a passport renewal is entirely on the minister and these Liberals, not the public service. Everyone knew, and people that would be wanting to travel was coming out of COVID. Everyone knew that the 10-year passports were expiring. Everyone, it seems, except this government. Yet here we are with long lineups around government buildings and phones not being answered. Maybe it's time to get people back to their workplaces and rehire those who've been fired because of vaccine mandates to fix this. Wouldn't the minister agree with me on that?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his questions. Madam Speaker, we've been preparing for this for some time. As early as December, we hired 500 new employees to process passports. We opened 3 new processing centres around the country, and over the weekends, we've opened as many locations as possible to serve Canadians. In addition to that, over 300 Service Canada centres are processing passport applications for Canadians, and we continue to do more to alleviate this unprecedented level of demand for service.
Député de Bellechasse, les Etchemins-Lévis.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Before the end of the pandemic, people are starting to travel again. People need to renew their passports, but the delays are endless. Some passport offices require an appointment, but to make an appointment, some people have to wait for hours on the phone. It's completely unacceptable. The problem is that the government hasn't yet authorized the full return to work of Passport Canada employees. What's it waiting for?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, we continue to work to open as many client counters as possible in passport offices. As I mentioned before, we've hired 500 new employees, and we continue to work at workload management and processing technology to increase efficiency on our processing call centers and in our offices. We've extended hours both on weekdays and weekends, and we continue to provide as much service as physically possible to Canadians for the service they are entitled to.
Honorable député de Bellechasse, les Etchemins-Lévis.
Madame la Présidente, les problèmes.
Madam Speaker, the problems that we're encountering were predictable. Working remotely can work to a certain extent, but passport services require people to be there in the office. Public servants need to be working in person. So why is it that Service Canada offices are not full of staff? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. As mentioned before, we've expanded the passport intake services at over 300 Service Canada offices across the country. We hired and trained over 500 staff already in last December. We opened 3 new processing centres across the country and simplified the services. Canadian Service Canada and our public service have been working night and day, and we need to thank them for all the work they've done throughout the pandemic. Madam Speaker, we continue to work with public servants to make sure that Canadians are getting the service they are entitled to. Thank you.
Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, un mois.
just 1 month after announcing that he would charter flights for people displaced by the war in Ukraine, the Minister of Transport admits that he hasn't sent a single plane. He has an agreement with airlines. The planes are ready. It's his government that is putting the brakes on because it's complicated, because refugees are on the move. Women who have found a way to leave their country and flee from the Russian army with their children will surely find a way to get to their flight. When will an air bridge be ready?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Immigration.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you. Madam Speaker, from the beginning of January, 21,000 Ukrainians have arrived in Canada. As announced, we are going to charter flights to welcome even more Ukrainians to Canada. I would also like to mention in this place the great generosity of Canadians and Quebecers who have been helping us to welcome and to mobilize during this historic moment for Canada. So I want to thank the member for her question. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I can guarantee that the Minister has planes grounded in our airports and there's not a single Ukrainian family in them. I guarantee it. In the Laurentians alone, there are 60 families opening their homes to refugees, 260 volunteers. They've been ready for weeks. All that's missing is the refugees. And why? To quote the director of Coffret, Lynn Chaloux, they don't have the money to buy plane tickets. If there were charter flights, they'd get here. Mr. Speaker, everyone's waiting for Ottawa. When are they going to launch their flights? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I said, 24,000 Ukrainians arrived here and hundreds are arriving every single day. I would also like to mention that we implemented a new program thanks to a partnership with Air Canada, a foundation, and others that will allow us to welcome 10,000 Ukrainians and their families with free flights. More than 2,000 Canadians gave over 140 million Aeroplan points to the Canada-Ukraine Fund. We will always do more, not less.
Patrie.
Ça fait 2 ans que les délais dans les traitements de dossiers en immigration.
For 2 years now, delays in immigration processing have been appalling. Thousands of people are waiting to arrive. The government's not treating them with respect. These are human tragedies. Their lives are disrupted. Their dreams are shattered. The Liberals are watching and doing nothing. They tell people to contact their MP, but our offices can only handle 5 offices at a time, and it makes no sense at all when we get dozens of desperate calls a day. When will the Liberals invest the resources necessary to treat these people with a minimum of respect? The Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. Last year, we had 4,500 new permanent residents, the greatest number of newcomers in a year in Canada's history. During the first quarter of this year, I will note that we've hit another record, processing 157,000 requests for permanent residency, delivering 100,000 work permits, and 10,000 study visas a week. Listen, we've invested significantly and will continue to be there who choose Canada.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canada's immigration backlog now exceeds 2 million people, with significant backlog in every stream. The minister said he was going to fix it, but the backlog is increasing, not decreasing. Afghans and Ukraine nationals in urgent need to get to safety are marred in red tape. Families are separated, lives are put on hold. For the caregiver stream, processing time is not even available. Passport offices are jammed. My constituents are having to camp overnight to get their passport. Will the minister stop using COVID as an excuse for the growing backlog and do his job to fix this broken immigration system?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the Honourable Member for her questions and certainly her advocacy on this. Madame Présidente, last year we welcomed more than 405 new permanent residents, the greatest number of newcomers in a year in Canadian history. In the first quarter of this year, we hit even more record, processing over 157,000 permanent residence applications, issuing more than 100,000 work permits, and we're processing over 10,000 study permits per week. As we have further boosting the processing capacity at ERCC with an investment of 80.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Inflation is skyrocketing under the Liberal government, and wages are not keeping up. Statistics Canada said hourly wages increased 3.3% from April 2021, well short of the 6.7% inflation rate. The central bank raised its benchmark rate a half a point in April, and the governor hinted that he will likely do so again. The Liberal government is destroying our economy and only making life more expensive for Canadians. So when will this government take this inflation crisis seriously and provide real relief for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Madam President, and the budget that we've just tabled includes many measures that puts money directly into the pockets of Canadians. I'm thinking of the one-time payment for all Canadians having difficulty accessing affordable housing, our continued funding for the Canada Child Benefit, which is indexed to inflation. And based on what I've been hearing in this House from the Conservatives and their leadership debate last night, they have absolutely nothing concrete to propose to Canadians in order to help them face the cost of living increase that's due to the war in Ukraine, Madam President.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
The cost of government is ballooning the cost of living. Gas in my hometown this morning was a disturbing $1.92, and it's supposed to go up again this weekend. Every single day I'm hearing distressing examples of the impact that overdue bills and food prices are having on many people's day-to-day lives. Madam Speaker, when will this government start listening to people and turn their talking points into action?
Great question.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we've reduced taxes for the middle class on 2 occasions, and the Conservatives voted against it. We have created a Canada Child Benefit that has helped lift over 1 million people out of poverty. In our budget, we have concrete measures in order to help Canadians buy a first home, in order to help Canadians pay for childcare. Madam Speaker, we have been there for Canadians, and the Conservatives have not.
Honorable Député de Beauce.
Madame la Présidente, avec un taux d'inflation à son plus haut niveau.
With inflation at its highest level in 30 years, Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. To add fuel to the fire, Service Canada can't keep up with the number of VI claims and fraud. In my riding, some citizens haven't gotten a check since November because of delays due to investigating fraud. These are Canadians who can't wait anymore. They didn't have extra money to begin with. The mental and physical health of these Canadians is at risk. When will the government add the resources needed to finally reduce these endless delays? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie mon collègue pour sa question.
I thank my colleague for the question. I would like to call his attention to our budget, which contains real measures to help all Canadians. We're talking about a single payment for Canadians that are having a hard time finding affordable housing, measures to help Canadians buy a first home, and I hope that the Conservatives will vote for this budget because it will help Canadians.
Honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Madame la Présidente, l'inflation touche tout le monde.
Inflation affects everyone and every sector. The price of diesel is nearly $3 a litre. It's unbelievable. The impacts are real, and they affect farmers in particular, who depend on fuel for transportation and machinery to farm. They were already stifled by the carbon tax, and now they're being suffocated. The government blames external factors for the situation, but it is responsible. Will the government do what it promised to do and actually help farmers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The war in Ukraine is causing a great deal of inflation. It's serious, and my heart is with farmers. The minister made announcements recently to help farmers deal with those increases. We're working on the issue of fertilizer. We know it's important. For farmers, it's important to get fertilizer into the country, and we're also working with the sector to make sure that fertilizer is available at a fair price.
Honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Speaker, only this NDP Liberal government could be capable of killing two economic drivers with one blow. The proposed surtax on vessels will destroy capital investments in the charter boat industry, kill jobs, and drive investment out of the country. Without new charter vessels coming into the market here, tourists will choose to go elsewhere to spend their vacation dollars, further crippling Canada's tourism recovery. Does the Finance Minister understand that her high-tax regime will do nothing but kill jobs in the manufacturing and tourism sectors?
They don't care.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, to make sure that we have the resources needed to invest in Canadians and help our economy continue to recover from the pandemic, we're ensuring that the wealthiest pay their fair share. Our government is introducing a luxury tax that would apply on the sale of new luxury cars and aircraft with a retail price over $100,000 and new boats over $250,000. We are currently studying this measure at Finance Committee and will continue to work with Canada's entrepreneurs and businesses to grow our economy and to make life more affordable.
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, with the average price of a starter home in some parts of Metro Vancouver now reaching the $1 million mark, many people are giving up hope of ever owning their first home. It just keeps getting harder all the time. To quote the Vancouver Sun, young, educated urban Canadians have many reasons to be angry with Ottawa for the way it has worsened the housing crisis. Madam Speaker, after so many failed housing programs, why should Canadians have any confidence in this government's latest iterations of failed programs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Oh.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, vous m'entendez?
Yes, can you hear me? Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for his question. We are well aware that all Canadians from coast to coast want to access buying a home, and it's becoming impossible. Our recent budget gives $200 million to develop rent-to-own and a 2-year ban on foreign purchasing of property and other measures we're going to implement in cooperation with provinces and territories. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, a young woman in my riding, Valérie Bellil, had a serious car accident about 70 kilometers from the nearest cell phone network. She had to pull herself out of her car and wait 30 minutes by the side of the road before a good Samaritan, Tony Jean, whom I thank wholeheartedly, stopped and took her to the hospital. That is the consequence of the lack of cell phone coverage in Mingani along Route 138. How many more accidents is it going to take before the minister pressures the CRTC to finally award the contracts required to complete the network? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. We know that connectivity, whether it be via internet or cell phones, is very important for our safety. In Quebec, in rural areas, especially along Route 38, the accident that occurred was awful, and I'm very glad that the person was able to escape. Internet comes with cell phone connectivity. We're going to work on this issue until it gets done. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, it's unacceptable that in 2022, people in distress like Ms. Bellil are unable to reach emergency services. The lives of local residents, locally new, and tourists are not a secondary consideration. Ottawa is responsible for telecommunications. It is its obligation to make this essential service available everywhere. The CRTC is a year late in announcing who's going to be awarded the contract to implement the cell network. Why? Can the minister finally announce now the award of contracts for the implementation of cell coverage along Highway 38 between Sept-Îles and Kagasca? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're aware of the problem along Route 138, but that is a problem that we see throughout all of Canada. During the pandemic, we realize that this issue is even more important. We need to provide a network via internet and cell phone to all residents. I made a commitment that 98% is going to be covered by September 2023, and we're going to keep working on this until it is done. We are going to ensure cell and internet coverage.
Airports are becoming famous for long lines, for continuous flight delays, and for changing departure times. And that's because this government is still imposing out-of-date, unscientific restrictions on travelers. Yesterday, Toronto's airports called for their elimination so that staffing actually goes where it's needed. Our other countries have dropped these restrictions while ours are expected to stay over the summer. Will the government stop trying to make our airports famous with their incompetence and scrap the ineffective restrictions and vindictive mandates?
The Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, as a traveller myself, and I know many of our colleagues here travel regularly, we are experiencing long lines and delays at airports.
I'm going to have to ask the Minister to start from start. I couldn't hear what the answer to the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Transport Canada officials have been working with CATSA, the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority's leadership, to ensure actions are taken to resolve the staffing issues leading to these delays. Madam Speaker, I am meeting with the CEO of CATSA on Monday to discuss this. We're witnessing delays across all sectors of our economy, Madam Speaker, which is a result of increase in demand, imbalance in our economy. We are working with our partners to ensure that we respond to all these delays and ensure that all resources necessary are available. We want to make sure that travelers who want to travel...
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The decision to cling to restrictions and mandates, why is it such a secret? Will the minister tell this House finally what specific advice he's getting to keep them, when he got it last, when he's going to get it next? Will he table that advice in the House for all Canadians, or will he continue to hide it from Canadians while they're stuck in line at Pearson?
Speaker, the evidence is not secret, Madam Speaker. Everyone knows that vaccines save lives. In the United States, 165,000 lives would have been saved just during the Omicron crisis if they had had a better vaccination uptake. 165,000 lives, Madam Speaker, in the Omicron crisis, that's 50% more people than in any one of our riding in this House.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, I think the government has forgotten about their federal mandates because every other province is removing theirs. These mandates are preventing essential federal workers from doing their job. I spoke to an employee from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency who was barred from providing the essential service of food inspection because this government won't let them. The Liberals don't care about science, they only care about division. Right. When will this government end their outdated mandates?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we made a commitment to Canadians that we will protect their health and safety. We have done that. We will continue to do that, and we have put in place measures to protect workers and our communities. And as circumstances change, we adjust these measures. We are currently reviewing the mandates, and we will come back to the House to report when these mandates will be reviewed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
More responses with no answers from this government. The historic town of Lunenburg has taken a massive hit due to reduced tourism numbers thanks to the pandemic. International cruise ships have finally returned to Nova Scotia's ports, but for some reason, CBSA has not restarted services in Lunenburg, which means the passenger ships cannot dock in the town. There are 7 other ports of entry in the province of Nova Scotia where CBSA has restarted their services, but Lunenburg is left out. Wow. When will the minister boost the local Lunenburg economy and do the right thing and open the CBSA up?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his advocacy, and my office is in close contact both with him and the community in Lunenburg. As you know, Madam Speaker, over the course of the last number of weeks, I'm pleased to report to all members in this chamber that CBSA has been reopening ports of entry to meet the increased demand around trade and travel. This is good news, and we'll continue to work with all members to see that that progress continues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, Canadian businesses pay huge rates on their credit card transactions, almost twice as much as fees in Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. In Budget 2022, the government admitted that Canada's high credit card fees have been hurting small businesses who were already hurt by the pandemic. The NDP has been calling on lower fees since back in Jack Layton's campaign over 10 years ago. And despite recognizing the problem, the Liberals just keep talking about more talks. When will the Liberals actually crack down on excessive credit card transaction fees and help small businesses?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy. Before the pandemic, we cut their taxes from 11% to 9%. During the pandemic, we had their back. We supported 450,000 businesses and 5.3 million Canadian workers. Now we're going even further by targeting a new small business tax. We're working on reducing credit card fees. This is good news for small business and great news for Canadians and the Canadian economy.
A member for Nunavut.
This week, residents of Sanarayak said they haven't seen the $42.9 million that was delivered by the Baffinland Iron Mine Company to Inuit farms 4 years ago. This means that Inuit farms aren't getting the resources they were promised. Baffinland told media they can't provide details about where the money went. Nunavut farms that were promised contracts are being deceived by companies who are making massive profits and damaging the environment. What is this government going to do to stand up for the people and the land of Nunavut?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for the very important question. We are engaged with the territory of Nunavut and all of the hamlets and communities that are in Nunavut to make sure that their interests are protected on so many fronts. We are guided by the Inuit Nunangat policy. I will commit to looking into the comments made by the member of Nunavut and get back to her ASAP. Thank you very much.
Member for Whitby.
Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that Line 5 is crucial energy infrastructure for our country and for our continental energy security. There is another court case in Wisconsin that is threatening the line's operation. Could the Minister of Natural Resources update the House on what he is doing to ensure the line continues to operate? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. The continued operation of Line 5 is, as I have said, non-negotiable. We will take appropriate steps to ensure the continued safe operation of this critical infrastructure, and we will continue to work closely with the owner of Line 5. Canada and the United States continue to be engaged in a process under the 1977 Transit Pipelines Agreement to ensure the continued operation of Line 5. And until this issue is resolved, I will continue to raise it with my U.S. counterparts, as I have been doing on an ongoing basis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The lines are around the block at Service Canada centres across the country, and budding entrepreneurs are charging upwards of $50 an hour to stand in line to help people get that golden walk-in appointment. If you try to call the Service Canada passport line, you get a generic message saying long processing time, and then it hangs up on you. But when you go to the website, there's no mention of delays, there's no indication of a problem, leaving Canadians completely in the dark until it's too late in many cases. Will the minister admit this is a crisis?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question.
Canadians are traveling again, and we understand that the lines are long, and this is difficult and stressful for many. That's why last weekend, 12 of the busiest offices across the country were over throughout the weekend, and Service Canada staff continue to work through weekends and through overtime to alleviate backlogs. More counters are being opened at passport offices every single day. The minister and officials continue to explore options to do more, and we continue to push to improve the service standards and help Canadians access the services that they are entitled to.
Before Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, Canadians deserve more than talking points. Gordon applied for his son's passport by mail in February. After a month, he made a request after request, online and by fax, simply for a status update. Then he called and was number 543, and after an hour, he gave up. So he appealed to his local MP, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, but even then, he couldn't get a status update. Clearly, the process is broken. Will the minister drop the talking points and fix this serious problem?
Yeah. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her advocacy for constituents. We do know that this is a frustrating time for many Canadians as they try to use the system. We have simplified the processing to replace expired passports, and have extended those that to extend them up to 15 years and treat them as renewals rather than new applications. We continue to find every avenue possible to address the needs of Canadians as they wish to travel again. If there is a particular issue that a constituent is facing, such as Gordon, I'd be more than happy to speak to the member about it and see how we can find.
Honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Madam Speaker, we need some answers here, not talking points. So we'll go with this despicable or annoying question, I suppose. I've heard from Madison and Michelle. They applied on March 14th for travel on May 4th. They could have an expedited passport for extra money. Being held ransom, they paid. After over 400 phone calls and hours waiting on hold, they traveled 1 hour and 10 minutes to Halifax and slept on the floor overnight. This government is downloading their ineptitude on the backs of public service employees. When will they clean up this mess and put the service back in Service Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. And I appreciate him sharing the frustrations that many Canadians are facing as they try to embark on travel again to see loved ones throughout the country. With the easing of public health restrictions, Canadians are resuming their travel. Service Canada is experiencing unprecedented volumes in the demand for passports. Our current priority is to ensure that Canadians with planned travel are able to do so. And to avoid long lines, Canadians with no imminent travel should use either imminent travel or travel business days can apply by visiting over 300 Service Canada centres.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians are lining up for days, attempting to renew their passports so they can reunite with their families after 2 long years. A constituent in my riding is feeling desperate. She is trying to visit a dying family member in the United States and is getting nowhere. Time is of the essence. If you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. Will this government have compassion and fix the passport backlog so Canadians have the ability to say goodbye?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question and her advocacy for her constituents. We have compassion for those who are facing the need for imminent travel, particularly when it is to visit a loved one facing dire health conditions. That is why proof of travel is needed and required in these cases in order to approach a passport centre or Service Canada office. Priority is being made for those who have imminent travel needs, and I encourage the member to reach out to me to discuss the issue further. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, the government is still doing more to harm our aerospace sector. As we saw in the budget bill, the luxury tax on private jets is really a tax on our aerospace sector. They want businesses to give them 20% of their sales and only get reimbursed months later when it turns out that the airplane was for export. That's $500 million that businesses will have to advance the government. When will the minister do something to stop burdening our businesses? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we recognize that the aerospace sector is facing long-term impacts from COVID-19. That's why we're allocating $1.75 billion over 7 years from the Strategic Innovation Fund to this sector. The funding will support projects totaling $2 billion in investments in Canada, including close to $1.6 billion in Quebec alone. It will also create more than 1,000 jobs in the Quebec aerospace industry and co-op placements for more than 6,200 students.
The Honourable Member. Well, unfortunately, my colleague seems to be reading from the wrong sheet. The luxury tax is supposed to apply to wealthy people who buy private jets, but that's not the effect of the act. For example, mines that buy a plane to transport their workers rent them out when they're not using the plane, but now they're going to have to pay the tax if renters use it for recreational ends 1 out of 10 times. A business trying to bring its travelers and its workers into remote regions shouldn't have to pay the same tax as a billionaire going to an island in a private jet. Will the government do something about this? Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his work on the Finance Committee. We have implemented a luxury tax on jets and on luxury boats because we know that everyone needs to pay their fair share. The pandemic has made things difficult for Canadians, and on this side of the House, we want to make sure that the 1% pay their fair share.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, several horrific cases have recently been reported of vulnerable Canadians who have ended their lives by medical assistance in dying for reasons such as inadequate housing and lack of access to care. That is precisely what the Liberals claimed would never happen. So, when will the Liberals acknowledge that so-called MAID safeguards are not being enforced, putting the lives of vulnerable Canadians at risk?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These issues are difficult, deeply personal, and touch the lives of everyone across this country. We would like to thank those who have lent their voices to this important national conversation. We look forward to seeing the findings and recommendations of the Special Joint Committee as well as the expert panel, which is due imminently. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, one such case involved an Ontario woman who ended her life by MAID after she could not find adequate housing. Her condition was not irremediable as required by law. Rather, she was vulnerable, desperate, and had lost all hope. So, do the Liberals believe that inadequate housing is an acceptable criterion for MAID?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to reiterate that there is an expert panel right now that is set to report imminently. There is a special joint committee in which the member opposite is a very active member, and we look forward to the findings of both in order for us to address additional issues that are likely to come up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, we've heard stories from across the country of vulnerable Canadians who have received or are pursuing a medically assisted death for reasons like they can't afford housing, they can't access Indigenous services, or because they're poor. Is that what the government wanted when they let radical lobbyists dictate the policy? They've extended medical assistance in death to people with physical disabilities and mental illness, and now they want to extend it to minors. So will the government ensure that no more Canadians will be victimized by this medically assisted death regime?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, these issues, as I stressed earlier, are difficult, deeply personal, and touch the lives of everyone across this country. And we would like to thank those who have lent their voices to this important national conversation. We look forward to seeing the findings and recommendations of the Special Joint Committee, for which the member opposite is also a very active participant, as well as the expert panel report that we expect imminently. This is why we have ensured that further parliamentary review and independent expert report to study these issues closely before the expiry of the sunset clause, and we look forward to these reports, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
Député d'Acadie Bathurst.
The Honourable Member.
Le micro n'est pas...
The microphone doesn't seem to be on.
N'est pas en marche? The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Madam Speaker, businesses throughout my province depend on tourism. The pandemic has had a devastating impact.
The honourable member for Barry-Innisfil. The honourable member for Barry-Innisfil.
Madam Speaker, just a point of clarification as to what this member's role is. Is she considered a parliamentary secretary, or because, as you know, Madam Speaker, parliamentary secretaries cannot ask questions? I just need clarification. Thank you.
That the honourable member is from Longueuil-Charlemagne is not a parliamentary secretary. She is assistant whip, a deputy whip. She's not l'honorable député de Longueuil-Charlemagne.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne from the beginning, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Businesses throughout my province depend on tourism, and the pandemic has had a devastating impact on their work. But there is good news. On April 25th, tracing measures at the border were loosened. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism tell us what the impact of this excellent news will be on the tourism sector? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, the tourism sector has been seriously affected by the global pandemic, but we have received very encouraging statistics. Canada recently welcomed 1 million travelers in a single week for the first time since the beginning of the pandemic, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who works in the sector. I'd like to thank them for their resilience and for everything they do for our economy and to help people discover our beautiful country.
The number of small vessel reporting sites was at 400 pre-pandemic. This was cut to just 84 sites during the pandemic. As boating season opens up, boaters will have to travel hundreds of kilometers to report their vessel. The government is needlessly adding emissions, stifling our economy, and putting boaters at risk if the weather changes while traveling excessive distances to reach one of the few reporting sites. Speaker, when will the government prioritize border safety by reopening small vessel reporting sites?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question and his advocacy on behalf of his constituents. The pandemic has caused a lot of disruption to many of our marine and other travelling sectors. As we have demonstrated from the beginning to Canadians, we've been there supporting Canadians, Canadian businesses throughout this difficult period. And as we are turning a corner from the pandemic, Madam Speaker, we are adjusting our measures. We are working with community stakeholders to ensure that we return to normal as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Excellent. Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, Speaker, this is ridiculous. Boaters in my riding simply need to cross an 800-meter-wide river to get to Michigan. But CBSA wants them to go 76 kilometers round trip just to check in. One constituent wrote me to say it would cost him $1,200 per trip just to meet this requirement. This will cripple tourism and day shopping during the busiest time of the year, hurting small businesses and communities like Wallaceburg, Mitchell's Bay, and Port Lambton, just to name a few. So, Speaker, will the government immediately lift the restrictions of marine points of entry?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the honourable colleague for that question. My colleague, Minister of Public Safety, and I are working closely to ensure that we are returning to normal as quickly as possible. We're ensuring that communities are safe, that they have the resources they need to access the businesses that they had. I know it's been difficult for the last 2 years. Canadians have demonstrated commitment to each other to work together closely to ensure everyone's safe and to ensure that our economy is rebounding as quickly as possible.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Denity, Mississippi Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, following my question last month on the lack of cell service on the Hanson Lake Road, a constituent shared a heartbreaking story. Recently, he came across an unresponsive male in the driver's seat of a vehicle stopped on that road. He drove to cell coverage, called for an ambulance, and returned to the scene. By the time he got back, the man was deceased. Madam Speaker, this isn't a political issue. It's literally one of life and death. Will the minister approve today Saskatchewan's application to the CRTC for cell service on the Hanson Lake Road?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that it's very important that people be able to use the internet in Saskatchewan, Quebec, or anywhere in Canada. We know that mobile connectivity is very important, and it's at the very heart of our priorities in rural and remote communities. We have started a colossal effort with internet, and we will continue.
For Davenport.
Madam Speaker, Russia's illegal and justifiable invasion of Ukraine is not only a threat to European security, but also to the world's security. The NATO alliance has only become more important as we look to the future of transatlantic security. This week, Canada welcomed Sweden's foreign minister as their country faces the choice of whether to join the NATO alliance. Finland is also facing the same consideration. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs share with this House whether Canada would support Sweden and Finland's membership in the alliance?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this gives me an opportunity to thank our colleague for her excellent leadership at as chair of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association, work she does on behalf of all of us. Recently, the Minister of Foreign Affairs had a chance to meet with her counterpart in Helsinki, and even more recently this week with her counterpart from Sweden here in Ottawa. Let me be very clear, in the face of horrendous and illegal aggression by Russia in Ukraine, NATO is more united than ever. Sweden and Finland are among Canada's closest friends and NATO's closest partners. We would, of course, welcome their accession into NATO should they choose to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, Powell River Salmon Society in my riding is one of several nonprofits doing amazing work on local salmon enhancement and preservation. And the Minister agrees. But small local hatcheries have not seen federal funding increase for over 40 years, and they were ignored during all the federal consultations. The Liberals like to talk about saving the wild salmon, but they ignore the voices of volunteer-based hatcheries who do the work but are struggling every day. Why isn't the minister supporting these successful and existing hatcheries now?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Oh, the Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I love the question because I just had a chance to go visit a local hatchery in Metro Vancouver and meet with the members and see the very important work that they do. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the protection of wild Pacific salmon populations is an incredibly important priority for British Columbians, and I know that the work that the hatchery groups do assists with that. We will be supported by almost $650 million historic investment in Pacific salmon, and salmon enhancement, i.e. hatcheries, is one of the pillars of that initiative.
And that is all the time for question period today. Orders of the day, is that what I say?
We go to routine.
Yeah. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 25 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
De rapport de comité. Nous retournons à présent.
We're going to back up and go to presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development entitled Main Estimates 2022-23. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, no more, okay. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights that during its consideration of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the committee be granted the power to divide the bill into two pieces of legislation. One, Bill C-5A, an act to amend the Criminal Code containing clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. And 2, Bill C-5B, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act containing the remaining clauses of the bill. Debate. No? Is the House ready for the question? Debate. Huh? So what? Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Okay.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if you can just repeat the title of the motion that was brought forward. No, she is this
debate here. Where do I have to? I have the honourable member for Barry Innisfield who wants to speak first on a point of order. Yes, the honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm seeking your guidance on this and perhaps the guidance of the table. When you asked for debate, I asked that the question be put. I believe I was first to say that, Madam Speaker. So please seek the guidance of the table.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I would affirm that the member did ask from his seat that the question be put, and that's the reason why I stood, because I would like to be able to speak to the motion. I understand it's in regards to the splitting up of Bill C-5, and I do have some thoughts on that to share with members.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's. On the point of order?
I believe I witnessed and saw that the House Leader for the official opposition rose first. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary just confirmed it, yes. When I asked the House if the House was ready for the question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary did say no, which is indication that debate should proceed, if I understand correctly, and this is the guidance I've received. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm anticipating that I will be a little bit surprised in terms of the Conservatives why it is that they would choose to move a motion of this nature. My understanding is that once again we are seeing a way in which the Conservatives are hoping to be able to cause a little bit of confusion and frustration of government legislation. And that is something that doesn't necessarily surprise me, Madam Speaker. But at the end of the day, I must say that I am somewhat disappointed in the official opposition. You know, at the end of the day, we started by talking about the importance of Bill C-19. It is, in fact, the budgetary implementation bill, Madam Speaker, and that is something in which I think Canadians as a whole are very much interested in. And, Madam Speaker, now we find ourselves in a situation where after a question period, we'd normally go through the proceedings and then get back into debate. And the purpose of debate today, I had thought, was to be able to continue the discussion on the budget implementation bill. And instead, you know, the Conservatives go into the standing orders of sorts, or our procedures for the day, I should say, and they pick out a motion number 78. And if I can just read in terms of what it is that they're hoping to be able to achieve by this particular motion. That it be an instruction of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights that during its consideration of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code, and the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, that the committee be granted the power to divide the bill into two pieces of legislation. Well, Madam Speaker, why would the official opposition move a motion of that nature on a Friday afternoon? It's surprising. The members opposite are very much aware of what was supposed to be debated today. Instead, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what they're wanting to do is to change the topic. They want to go to separating and causing more votes on legislation that ultimately is making some significant changes to our justice system. You see, there's a significant gap between the government of the day and the Conservative Party's approach to the issue of incarceration. When you think of incarceration, Mr. Speaker, you see, we in the government benches, the Liberal Party, recognize that in a very real and tangible way, there's a high percentage of people that go into or that become incarcerated or go into our jails will ultimately be coming out of jail. And to that degree, Mr. Speaker, we need to recognize that it is better that we have a system in place that ensures that there's a greater likelihood of that person remaining in our communities and contributing in a positive way. It's important that we recognize that the Conservatives, on the other hand, seem to want to give an impression that the best way that you keep Canadians safe is that if someone breaks the law, you put them in jail and you keep them in jail. That's their speaking points, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. That's why you'll often hear Conservatives talk about minimum sentences.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know if the House has quorum. Thank you.
We're just doing a quick count here.
I believe we're fine.
Well, you know, Madam Speaker, interesting enough, you know, the block, or as one of my colleagues call them, the light blue. You have the double blue, you have the true blue and the light blue. How they kind of like to work together to cause a little bit of mischief. So on the one hand, you get the Conservatives, you know, the leading party of the double blue coalition, moving a motion to prevent debate. And then you get the light blue, or the mini blue, now trying to look at ways in which we can end the session for the day. Amazing. It's truly amazing just how much the Bloc and the Conservatives feel that we don't need to debate Bill C-19. Think about it. The Conservatives are saying, we want to change the topic today. We don't want to talk about the budget. And I can appreciate why, Mr. Speaker. I can appreciate why. Because at the end of the day, there's so much good news in this budget. So much good news in the budget, the Conservatives don't want to talk about it. And Mr. Speaker, that is the
Order. The member has the floor. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I am not filibustering because I'm talking about what we should be talking about today. That's the budget, Mr. Speaker. That's the thing that the Conservatives don't want to talk about. Go figure. Because it's such a good, healthy budget for all Canadians, Mr.
I have a point of order from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So the Parliamentary Secretary has just informed you and the House that he is not debating the motion at hand. He's debating a different piece of legislation. And so on the subject of relevance, he has specifically said that his debate is not relevant to the matter at hand. So, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary could stop filibustering and let us return to the business of the House.
Well, there is relevancy, but I'll cede that, of course, to the member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, if the member was actually listening, Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if the member was actually listening, it's 100% purely relevant. Prior to their cousins in the Bloc's interruption, I was talking specifically on the motion. And then after the Bloc interruption, I made references to why it is the Conservatives are trying to change the topic to prevent us from being able to talk about C-19. And my Conservative friend gets all upset, and he stands up and says, I'm not being relevant. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party really needs to start putting on their thinking caps. At the end of the day, what should we be debating today is the good news budget. There's no doubt many things within it in which they can raise, but they're the one that has chosen not to want to debate it today. Instead, they want to have a discussion or a debate on a motion dealing with why it is that we should split into sections a government piece of legislation through this particular motion, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting because as I was pointing out, there's a different approach to justice, a conservative approach versus the Liberal or the government's approach to justice. And I highlighted the ones in terms of incarceration. But that's not the only one. You see, we have confidence in our judicial system. We recognize the independence of our judges and the judicial system. The Conservatives, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, they have a difficult time with that. They really and truly do. You know, they believe that if you can't trust judges, what you do is you put in minimum sentences. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what does the legislation that we're really attempting to change in terms of increasing the number of votes or to split up is a reflection on some of the reforms that the Minister of Justice has been working on for a good period of time now. Looking and listening to the different stakeholders, working with different jurisdictions, provincial, others, within the civil service. And I know you just got to listen to a question period and you can understand that the Conservative Party has a lack of faith and trust in our civil service. But that is not shared universally. We recognize the hard work and the efforts that our civil servants put in. whether it's in passport offices or in ministerial offices formulating legislation and ensuring that the type of legislation that we're bringing forward is ultimately for the betterment of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we're seeing here. You know, I've had the opportunity in the days in which I was an MLA not only to be a provincial justice critic, so I have a fairly significant experience in dealing with justice-related issues, Mr. Speaker, but I also had the opportunity to chair the Kuwait Youth Justice Committee for a number of years. And the Youth Justice Committees, I think, is a way in which I felt that I learned a great deal about how it is that communities can be involved in ensuring that justice is not only seen as being done, but in fact is done, Mr. Speaker. And one of the best ways that I've seen that is through restorative justice, where you get the victim and the person that committed the offense together. And that does happen, Mr. Speaker. And when that does happen, we see it as a good thing. Because often through that process, you will see that the victim will get a greater sense of satisfaction. Now, obviously, that doesn't work in all situations, Mr. Speaker. And that's, you know, when you think of the Youth Justice Committee, often what would happen is we would get these young people that come before committee members, and as the committee members listen to what the young offender has to say, you come up with a disposition in terms of, well, what should be the consequence of that young person for whatever it is that that young person had committed in terms of an offense. So to give a specific example, I would take something as simple as shoplifting. We all know that shoplifting is a bad thing. But I can tell you that because of the Justice Committee, you personalize it so that the victim, which could be a store in this case, and the offender will actually be provided the opportunity to provide input from the victim's perspective, and then the offender comes before individuals in the community that are in essence honorary probation officers. Now I raise this because even at that level, there's a certain amount of expertise that is provided from constituents, from just people that live and work in our communities. They get a good assessment of the environment in which that young person was in, Mr. Speaker. And through that assessment, they're able to give a disposition that would be more fitting for the individual. Now, I use that as an example because you could take some of the principles from that example and apply it to even a courtroom, where you will have a judge, and you'll have lawyers, and you'll have a victim, and you'll have an offender. And for the Conservative Party, when you take a look at the legislation that they want to divide, what they're saying is that if person X commits crime Z, then that person has to serve a bare minimum amount of time. They want to override everything that has been said, Mr. Speaker, within the courtroom. They're saying to the judge that we don't have the confidence in the judge to get an evaluation of the situation that might have ultimately caused the crime or the offense, to the actual offense or crime itself. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, when I think of minimum sentences, I think in terms of limitations. And there, at times, is a need for minimum sentences. But the idea that we needed to review and make some changes, I think, is long overdue. We need to recognize that there is systemic racism that is within our communities. And to not consider our courts and our institutions when you think of the issue of racism, I think that would be a huge mistake. And if we go back to the second readings, you will find, I suspect, a number of members, and I wasn't in committee during the discussions in committee, Mr. Speaker, but I suspect that you would have witnesses that would recognize that systemic racism is found within our courts, and one of the ways in which we can minimize some of that racism is by looking at ways in which we can address the issue of minimum sentences. And that's why, when you really stop and think about it, Mr. Speaker, the motion that is being brought forward by the Conservative Party does two things. One is it addresses the specifics of Bill 5 and wanting to divide it up. Now, one can question the motives of trying to do that, Mr. Speaker. Is it for as simple as a having a?
I think I have a point of order from. I have a point of order from the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I was just wondering if you could verify that quorum is currently being met.
There's a quorum call again.
13 here.
13, and we have a number of them online. So, online does count on this list. So I appreciate it. But we do have quorum. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I know that there's a lunch that's going on, and you have members on all sides of the House, and you have members that are having lunch.
Point of order from the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I didn't want to interrupt my friend from Winnipeg North, but you should be aware that there are literally dozens of members of Parliament online participating. So I don't understand the repeated calls for quorum when members of the Conservative Party should be aware that dozens of members are participating actively through Zoom in this hybrid Parliament.
And that's what I had referred to when we did the Zoom. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Yes, Speaker, it's not a lack of understanding. So members in the chamber are able to see the other members that are physically in the chamber, and so not discounting the number of members who are online, but that number is in fact 7, not quote dozens, as my honourable colleague said. So there is no way for members in the House to verify that, and that's why I respectfully requested from the chair that you verify quorum. Thank you.
All right, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, on the same point of order. At the end of the.
We're on a point of order already with the honourable member for Winnipeg North, and I'll go back to whoever was yelling that one out.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for members before they stand up to try to be funny and call quorum that they could easily ask a member. They can ask members in their caucus. For example, there are 33 members online right now, Mr. Speaker. So being courteous as opposed to interrupting a speech, knowing full well when there is quorum, Mr. Speaker, I think that the members from the Conservatives that have now done this with their bloc members should be a little bit more courteous to myself, who happens to be speaking, and to all members that even might be having a meal.
Order. Okay, we had another point of order, I believe, in the continuing of the point of order, the New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'd like to make the same point. The member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, just misinformed the House. There are 36 members participating online, including myself. So I don't understand why he would try to lead the House in error.
Okay, I'm going to stop things right now. I'm going to stop things now. We're doing a count. We'll find out exactly how many people we have participating, and when we go back, the member for Winnipeg North has 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in his time. So let's just take a couple of seconds so we get the count done correctly. So there are 25 here in the chamber at this moment, and there's 9 with their cameras on. You can be online, but if you don't have your cameras on, you're not counted in that quorum. So camera needs to be on. So the honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, the member who just spoke, the honourable gentleman from Burnaby, did say that I misinformed the House, and I would respectfully ask that in light of the verification offered by the table officers and by the chair, that an apology be offered for having alleged that I misled the House. I
don't know if the member for New Westminster Burnaby would like to make any comments there. I will afford him the minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It stands, the numbers stand. There are 36 people online. I understand your interpretation of having the cameras on, cameras off, but I can see a number of Conservative members who've turned their cameras off. And I just wish we'd stop the game playing and get on with the debate.
I'm done with that for now. So let's put that one to bed. Cameras on is the rule there. The honourable member for Winnipeg North, and like I said, 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Having gone through that, I should be given a bonus 5 minutes, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, you know, the Conservatives like to play their games. And we've seen that just now, Mr. Speaker. You know, whatever they can do to kind of, play a game, cause distractions, lose the focus on what I believe and the government believes is important to Canadians, such as the budget implementation bill. You know, you don't get very many bills that are more important than the budget implementation bill. Something that invests billions and billions and billions and so on of billions of dollars into supporting Canadians in all sorts of many different ways. That is what we were supposed to be debating today on a Friday afternoon. The Conservative Party, Canada's official opposition party, wants to play games. As much as they want to focus on their games and their character assassinations, I can tell you that every member of the Liberal caucus will continue to have their focus on Canadians and the people of Canada first, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why we are very excited about C-19, no matter what sort of games that might be played by the Conservative opposition. Because we understand how this budget is going to have a profoundly positive impact at building a stronger, healthier Canada, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to support the middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it and push aside the games. And that's the assurance that I would give members. I don't support this motion. C5 should stay as one bill as it was intent, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable government, I keep doing this one, the honourable opposition House Leader.
Just to confirm, these are questions or comments, Mr. Speaker?
This will be questions and comments, so questions and comments, the honourable opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let's back up a little bit, and I'm sure the Prime Minister would be proud of this member for his intervention today. And, the Prime Minister refers to spreading disinformation quite a bit. But let's go back to what actually happened here. The member from St. Albert, Edmonton, who is a member of the Justice Committee, actually proposed a motion during routine proceedings to split Bill C-5 at committee, to allow the committee to effectively do its work. I then stood up, Mr. Speaker, and said that we want to put the question, which means we want to put it to a vote. So that vote would have happened on Monday. There would have been no need for debate. There would have been no need for the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader to stand up and do this filibuster, and I suspect there's going to be others as well. They could have easily gone to Bill C-19 to debate this, Mr. Speaker, and I'm guessing maybe, that either the whip of the Liberal Party or the House Leader has called the House Leader of the NDP to prepare him to speak on this, just to filibuster this. So let's be very clear about what happened. We put the question. We could have voted on this on Monday. We could have gone to C-19. I'm curious, and it's not a question, it's more of a comment. I'm curious why the government House Leader, parliamentary secretary, has decided to filibuster his own piece of legislation, to delay time so that we can get to Bill C-19. It just doesn't make any sense.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you recall a bill called C-8. The Fall Economic Statement. And if you take a look at it, we just passed that piece of legislation, even though it was introduced in 2021. And the reason why we just passed it was because of Conservative gains. They didn't want to pass the legislation, Madam Speaker. And that was legislation that was there to support, whether small businesses and people directly as in response to the pandemic, in a very real and tangible way. That's what C-8 was all about. And what we're seeing now is that Conservatives want to continue to play that game, but now on the budget implementation bill. Madam Speaker, this whole week the Conservative Party has been attempting to stop debate on legislation. This isn't the first time during motions that they stood up to try to prevent a debate from occurring. Just look in terms of what's happened this week. There's many examples of it. So as the member tries to suggest that he's being generous, he might fool some within his Conservative caucus or some members, but he's not going to fool me or other government members, I suspect, also. Thank you, Madam.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, following up on the member for Barrie Innisfil's question, with this motion we could have quickly voted on it. This parliamentary secretary is talking about C-19, not about the motion. And he's actually preventing us from debating C-19, in fact. Doesn't that prove that we could have moved directly to the vote on the motion?
Honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Bloc member, like the Conservatives, is saying, trust us. This is what would have happened. I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that members of the Bloc and the Conservative review the past week and take a look at the games that they've played in this last week. And while they do that, reflect on C-8, the Fall Economic Statement that should have passed months ago, but because of the Bloc and the Conservatives, that legislation, which was debated, 12, 13 plus times inside the chamber, many, many hours, more so than the budget debate itself, and it didn't pass. Why should we believe them on a Friday afternoon when they've been nothing but causing filibusters throughout the week, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I disagree often with my colleague from Winnipeg North, but I found many aspects of his speech today important. For a week and a half now, Conservatives have blocked every single day the ability of members of Parliament to present petitions. Every single day. For a week and a half, they have disrupted routine proceedings. And it's always a different reason. Sometimes it's the same committee report that they present for a second or third time. Sometimes it's a different committee report. Sometimes it's a motion of instruction. But it all adds up to trying to block fundamental bills that are going to help people. And I think particularly when you talk about the Budget Implementation Act, the fact that the NDP pushed and forced the government to put in place the National Dental Care Program for children, and at the same time, unprecedented investments in affordable housing, it just is strange beyond belief that a Conservative member who would be helping thousands of people in his or her own riding by supporting the BIA and allowing it to move forward continues to try to block it. So my question to my colleague from Winnipeg North is very simple. What does he think the strategy of the Conservatives are when they blocked C8 for months, have blocked petitions now for a week and a half, and are now blocking important legislation that will lead to dental care and affordable housing for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's an interesting question in the sense that I do believe if you take a look in terms of some of the comments that you hear, in particular outside of the chamber, but also to a certain degree inside the chamber too, is you'll hear the Conservative Party being critical, saying, well, the government doesn't know how to manage the House business. Well, Madam Speaker, it's almost like, you know, you have someone walking down the sidewalk and you trip them, and then you say, oh, here, let me give you a hand up, and then you trip them again. And you say, why can't you stay on your feet? Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party is playing games. That's the bottom line. They have their focus, and unlike, my member made reference to the dental plan. You know, to the credit of my Democratic friends, they've made the determination that, look, Canadians don't want an election. Canadians want to see a progressive agenda, and they're contributing to the debate in a very real and tangible way. It doesn't mean that we're all cozy and buddies. We often get into serious arguments and discussion on debates. We have differing opinions, but at least they're contributing to what's taking place. Otherwise, if all opposition parties take the same approach as the Conservative Party is taking, well, Madam Speaker, it would be absolutely, totally dysfunctional. You couldn't do anything inside the chamber. So at least there, at times, is a sense of cooperation, which is absolutely necessary. That's what Canadians want, political parties to work together.
Albert Edmonton.
And I was a little surprised to hear the member for New Westminster Coquitlam talk about petitions. The reason petitions haven't been presented is because every day the Liberals have moved a motion to move to orders of the day backed up by the NDP. Now, with regards to the parliamentary secretary, it's quite ironic because he is the one who is holding up debate on the budget. He is the one who is debating the motion, no other honourable member. This was a very straightforward motion to allow the Justice Committee to do its work, having regard for the fact that the bill contains two substantive components, one with respect to the Criminal Code, the other with respect to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. It could have been moved forward with a vote on Monday. That honourable member is holding up debate on the budget, and so I ask him very respectfully, why is he wasting the House's time?
Why?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would suggest those that are following the debate to take a look at the week in its entirety, and you'll see very clearly that what we have is the Conservative Party of Canada, Canada's official opposition, playing games. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I went to move the orders of the day because if I didn't do that, we would continue debating on Conservative concurrence reports for hours, Madam Speaker. And that is the reality, preventing us from being able to do things such as passing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm very perplexed as to what's happening today, Madam Speaker, because this is a bill that has gone through a number of days of debate in the House as one single unit. We've had 6, as of today, we'll have our 6th meeting of witnesses. We have set clause by clause for about a week and a half from now. We have agreed by consensus of all the parties to have 8 meetings to discuss this bill. And at this point, the Conservative Party is coming forward and saying we need to split the bill. I think it's outrageous, Madam Speaker. This should be, in fact, should be ruled out of order. But I just want to ask my friend, why are we at this juncture, is it appropriate at this juncture to bring forward a motion to split the bill when so many witnesses have come forward, so many people have come forward and shared their experiences of systemic racism within the criminal justice system, their hurt, their anger, their lived experiences? And is it appropriate at this point in this debate to come forward and ask for
I have to give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary 15 seconds for an answer.
Madam Speaker, first of all, let me compliment all the members of the committee and the fine work that they've done in terms of being able to address the very important issue. And the short answer, Madam Speaker, is it's not a reflection in terms of the committee work. It's more a reflection in terms of the House leadership from the official opposition in working with the Bloc, unfortunately. And that's the reason why I believe that this motion is here. It's about games.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just at the outset say that I'm very disappointed that we're at this juncture today, Madam Speaker. Bill C-5 is a very important piece of legislation, and I can kind of walk through my perspectives on this. And I just want to confirm that I will be splitting time with the member for Whitby, Madam Speaker. So when Bill C-5 was introduced back in December, we heard from a number of different organizations, a number of different people who've been directly impacted by systemic racism. And I realized that not everybody in this House understands, and not every party in this House recognizes what systemic racism is, but in fact it is a lived reality for many Canadians. And all I have to say is, Madam Speaker, if you look at the Globe and Mail reporting for the last 3 days, you will find a very coherent set of news that talks to systemic racism, which, for example, includes 50% of women who are incarcerated within the criminal justice system are Indigenous women, whereas Indigenous people only make up 4% of Canada's population. If we look at Black Canadians, we know that Black Canadians are disproportionately represented within the criminal justice system. So this is one of the reasons why we brought forward C-5. It includes a number of mandatory minimum penalties that were struck down by the Supreme Court for its unconstitutionality. And we've also brought forward very important amendments to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. After several days of debate, including committee, we are at this stage right now where C-5 will be going through what's called clause by clause as of the 17th and 20th of May. We have 3 more meetings. The first of such meeting is supposed to start in about 10 minutes' time, and we'll have 2 subsequent meetings next Tuesday and Friday. And as of 2 days ago, all the parties represented, the Liberal Party, the NDP, the Bloc, as well as the Conservatives, agreed that we will have 2 more meetings as of this week to conclude the study on C-8. So as of next Friday, we will conclude the study. We've had so many witnesses, Madam Speaker, who came and spoke about the impacts of the criminal justice system, especially mandatory minimum penalties, on racialized people, on Indigenous people. We've had the president of the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers who spoke about his personal experience, a very powerful testimony of how he felt he was impacted by the criminal justice system. So at this stage in the game, to have this bill split into 2 is completely unacceptable, Madam Speaker. It is not a routine motion on a Friday afternoon. This is one that warrants debate. This is one of those bills which are so fundamental, I think, to who we are as Canadians. If we do not, we may reject the notion of systemic racism. And, I respect that, because I'm not here to educate people on what systemic racism is. It's a lived experience for many people in this country. Our legacy of colonialism, what's happened with Indigenous people in Canada, what's happened with many racialized people in Canada will speak to systemic racism. It is a lived experience. It's not up for debate. and I'm not here to educate. But the reality is that people came to committee. They shared their lived experiences. They showed us and they demonstrated why this has had a harmful impact on particular groups of people. And that is why it is so disingenuous of the Conservative Party to bring this forward today, Madam Speaker. This is after we had consensus. We were very particular not to have a vote on this because this bill is so important, so fundamental. We didn't even vote on it, and we compromised. In fact, they wanted 8 meetings, we wanted 6. We compromised and we said 7 in the interest of getting consensus. And that's how we're here today. After today, we have 2 more meetings to conclude the study. We have very important witnesses that are going to speak about the bill in its totality. If you split the bill, Madam Speaker, we will essentially lose what we're trying to achieve here. This is not a bill, this is not a frivolous PMB, this is not a frivolous issue for us to dispose of on a Friday afternoon without any debate. And for us to be here at this juncture on a Friday is completely disappointing. And I realize we do have a Budget Implementation Act, and I spoke on it just before we broke about an hour ago for question period, and I in fact have several minutes from there to speak about C-19. But with respect to C-5, Madam Speaker, the way this has transpired, I believe just speaks to the fact that the Conservative Party is absolutely not ready to deal with systemic racism. It's not ready to deal with smart criminal justice policies. And if we look at places where they have implemented mandatory minimum penalties, like the United States, which was, in fact, at the height of it, had the most number of mandatory minimum penalties, they too are now rejecting this notion as something that impacts racialized people in the United States, particularly black communities in the United States. So today we have an opportunity in Canada to address this issue in a very meaningful way, in a balanced way. While I know that C-5 may not have gone far enough for many, it is one that fundamentally will change the criminal justice system. Make sure that we have smart policies, one that ensures that people are able to, if there's no if they don't pose a danger to the public, they're able to continue their sentence in a community with supervision. They're able to get the right supports in order to continue with their lives, so that they're not disrupted. Their lives are not disrupted. They're not in a maze of criminality amongst those who are in prisons. This is very smart and balanced criminal justice policy, one that I believe that Canadians want us to embrace, one that I think has for far long impacted vulnerable communities, Madam Speaker. And I believe that splitting of this bill will be fundamentally wrong. It'll be the wrong approach. And in fact, I would say it would be a complete failure on the part of this House to address something that has been so pronounced in our country. And all we have to do is look at the annualized reports from the Office of the Correctional Investigator, who painstakingly, year after year after year, demonstrates that the numbers of those who are in penitentiaries in Canada are increasingly young black men, Indigenous men, and particularly Indigenous women, who, as of last December, surpassed 50% of the prison population, Madam Speaker. So what I ask you today, and I ask the House, is that we continue on pursuing Bill C-5 in its entirety as one bill, and we continue to have our witnesses who have been very thoughtful. While I may not agree with all of them, I think they've been very thoughtful in the way they've presented this, and we look forward to ensuring that the matter comes back to the House. And I welcome the opposition to have a robust debate on this, continue the debate on C-5 that we had earlier this year, and be able to come to hopefully a consensus, if not a vote, that can make sure that the bill passes through this House and the Senate, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and really respect and honour the Honourable Member's intervention on a debate that we really shouldn't be having, quite frankly. The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, as is his right as a member of Parliament, proposed in routine proceedings in a motion to split the bill. I asked that the question be put, which meant we would have voted for it on Monday, and as is the honourable member's right, he could have simply stood up with the NDP and voted against it if he chose to, or voted for it, depending on what his views are on splitting the bill and sending it back to committee and allowing the committee to do the work. What I don't understand is why the government is continuing to filibuster on this issue when the question could have been put and we could have been avoiding all of this discussion. I don't understand. If you don't agree with it, vote against it on Monday. If you do agree with it, vote for it. That's the issue that we're dealing with, not standing up here and filibustering. We want to get to government business, and we could have got to government business.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, 1 hour debate on this is hardly filibustering. It's in fact to put on record what we're talking about, how important this bill is, and why it needs to be debated in its entirety as one whole unit. That is not filibustering, Madam Speaker. That is putting forward a coherent set of reasons why this bill should not be divided.
The honourable member for Longueuil. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For his intervention, and I wanted to. He spoke a lot about the important work that's being done at the Justice Committee, and how we've already had many witnesses come forward, provide testimony, provide the crucial information and feedback on Bill C5. If he could care to elaborate on how splitting this bill will actually impact the committee's good work. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've completed 5 meetings with around 6 witnesses each. So around 30 witnesses we've heard from since the beginning. We have a meeting that in fact started a couple of minutes ago, and we have 2 more meetings. So in total we would, by the end of the study, we would hear from roughly 45 witnesses, experts in their fields, and people with lived experiences who've gone through the criminal justice system or who are representatives of organizations that support those in the criminal justice system. What we have on the following week is a clause by clause. So by splitting the bill, what we really endanger is going back and having to do the study again, bringing back the same witnesses who've had to come up with heart-wrenching testimony about their lived experiences. And I don't think it's fair, Madam Speaker. I think we have a bill that is balanced and one that needs to be debated in its entirety. If the opposition doesn't like the bill, they're welcome to vote against it. In fact, I'm not expecting the support of the Conservative Party in this bill.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. I'm very confused now by the Conservatives, who for a week and a half have been blocking routine proceedings, blocking the ability of all members of Parliament to present petitions, presenting often the same thing 2 or 3 times in a row. And today they put forward a substantive motion, but they refuse to want any debate around it. But they do ask parliamentarians to vote. And it seems to me bizarre, to say the least, this erratic notion that you put forward a substantive motion and at the same time don't want parliamentarians to talk at all about it. It's very strange. We've seen the House respond to Conservatives saying that they weren't blocking legislation, they just wanted more debate by having evening sessions, and they voted against that too. They didn't want to work evenings. It's a very strange approach that the Conservatives have taken to the work of the House of Commons and the importance of actually taking action to help Canadians. So I want to ask my colleague, I hope he seems to be talking about a consensus at Justice Committee. I'm very happy about that. So it appears that there is, the committee is working well together. I wanted to ask him because, as he knows, the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke has raised some legitimate concerns about ways that the Bill C5 could be improved. Has the member understood those concerns? And is the member supportive of the concerns that have been brought forward?
Parliamentary Secretary in 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I've been working very closely with the member in question that represents the NDP, but as well as the member for the bloc, as well as I as much as I can, I do work with those in the Conservative Party. I tend to not be very partisan, Madam Speaker, but this is one of those issues where it is very clear, abundantly clear, that there's games taking place today. This matter does.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to speak to this, although I would say very displeased with the fact that we're doing this today. I have to say this strikes me as a form of obstruction in the House, that we're debating the Budget Implementation Act, which is a seriously important piece of legislation. One could argue that it's probably one of the most important agenda items for this House to be debating and moving forward on, and here we are with a Conservative motion on a Friday afternoon that derails our progress on that important debate. So I'm very disappointed by that, but at the same time I feel very passionate about the fact that Bill C-5 should not be divided. It certainly hangs together in my view, and I come from a crime-fighting family. My father was a homicide detective for most of my life, became an inspector for Peel Regional Police, and I myself worked with federal offenders for quite a number of years to reintegrate them back into society. So I know full well that mandatory minimum penalties, based on all the research and evidence, do not actually have a deterrent effect on crime. And this bill, in fact, focuses on nonviolent crime, mostly small offenses that certainly, having mandatory minimums applied to, we know from the evidence, certainly increases the number and incarceration of individuals that come from diverse backgrounds. And this is clearly systemic racism that's been embedded in our justice system for quite some time. So I'm very pleased to speak to Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, which seeks to address the detrimental impacts certain mandatory sentences provisions have had on marginalized populations. Specifically, I propose to focus my remarks on the firearms-related amendments proposed in Bill C-5, which I believe will address the negative impacts that a number of mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment have had on marginalized populations, while in no way diminishing the ability of the courts to impose penalties for firearms offenses that reflect their seriousness and keep Canadians safe. Indeed, Madam Speaker, in our platform, the government made a number of significant firearms commitments in order to make Canada safer from gun violence. And one of those commitments includes increasing the penalties around firearms smuggling. The government has also committed to reintroducing legislation to enact red flag laws to allow for the immediate removal of firearms from a person if they pose a threat to themselves or another person, a significant measure that will help respond to gender-based violence. I'm also pleased that the government will seek to work with the provinces and territories who implement handgun bans in their jurisdictions. These changes build on important milestones, including the important May 1st, 2020 changes to ban as prohibited firearms approximately 1,500 assault-style rifles. These are weapons that were designed to kill the maximum number of people in the shortest amount of time, and I think it's great that we are getting them off our streets and out of the hands of those that intend to use them. While the opposition does not have a plan to tackle firearms violence at all, as is made clear during the campaign, we do. I have great confidence that the government will continue to move forward to address the harms posed by illegal gun activity in Canada. In addition, the government has shown an ongoing commitment to addressing the overrepresentation of Indigenous people, Black Canadians, and marginalized populations in the criminal justice system, and to do better to enable courts to impose sentences appropriate to the circumstances of individual cases. Bill C-5 backs up that commitment and builds on financial investments to make our criminal justice system fairer for everyone. Bill C-5 would repeal mandatory minimum penalties for 13 firearms offenses, including a possession of a loaded, prohibited, or restricted firearm, possession of a weapon obtained by the commission of an offense, possession of an unauthorized firearm, and importing a firearm knowing that it is not authorized, to name just a few. Repealing some firearm mandatory minimum penalties would give sentencing courts discretion to impose a just and fit sentence, including a non-custodial sentence where appropriate, depending upon the facts of each case. Repealing these mandatory minimum penalties does not, however, mean that these offenses do not address serious conduct. They do address serious conduct, and in those cases, I'm confident that the courts will impose the right sentence. For example, we know that cross-border smuggling of firearms poses a serious threat to the safety and security of Canadians. The illicit firearms market in Canada is supplied primarily by both smuggled firearms and firearms stolen from private residences or commercial venues. Smuggling and trafficking of firearms and other weapons are often closely tied to organized crime and are associated with various other types of criminal activities such as drug trafficking. Former Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders has publicly stated that when it comes to the handguns, I believe 82%, give or take, of the crime guns in the city are coming from the United States. That's a quote. This conduct deserves strong condemnation. At the same time, Madam Speaker, these reforms would mean that, for example, a martial arts enthusiast who brings a ninja star into Canada for their private collection without authority would be subject to a mandatory minimum penalty. I trust that a sentencing court will make the right decision in terms of punishment in cases like this. What's more, research shows that Indigenous, Black, and other racialized Canadians are more likely to become entangled in the criminal justice system, for example, as a result of pressure to join gangs and limited choices, often due to systemic racism and other socioeconomic factors. Statistics also indicate that these groups are overrepresented in our correctional institutions, including for firearms offenses punishable by a mandatory minimum penalty. For instance, between 2007 and 2017, Correctional Services of Canada data indicate that the proportion of Indigenous offenders admitted for a firearm-related offense punishable by an MMP increased dramatically. In fact, from 17% in 2007 to 40% in 2017, a time in which the Harper government was adding mandatory minimum penalties. So not only are they found to be systemically racist, but in fact, the mandatory minimum penalties were continued to being added. Black offenders also comprise...
Point of order, I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. J'ai un rappel au règlement de l'Honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Clearly, these members are so embarrassed about, we don't even have quorum. Even the member for Winnipeg North is no longer here in the House. I'd ask, Madam Speaker, that you check. I'd like to remind the honourable member that you cannot refer to the presence or absence of another member. A quorum call is a different matter. I'll count.
16, est-ce qu'il y a 4 pour il y en a 6 membres.
There are 6 members online, so we have 22 members present currently.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the members on all sides of the House are very much aware that when you think of quorum, you should think about the people that are on hybrid, they're virtual, and also to think about the numbers here in the chamber. The member made reference to me specifically. When I never left the chamber, I guess I ducked out at the corner here to get a pedestal so one of my colleagues would be able to speak, and that would have been for about 3 seconds.
I did remind the Honourable Member that we do not reference the presence or absence of members in the House. L'Honourable député Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette on that point. Madam Speaker, I wanted to apologize to the member for Winnipeg North for breaking the rule about referring to the presence or absence of a member. I forgot about that, and I sincerely apologize. And I'd like to point out that when you look at who had their cameras on online, there were only 4 when I made the quorum call. So we were far from quorum at the time, and that's why I made the point of order. Thank you.
Same, yeah, thanks. No, I just support the honourable member from the Bloc Québécois on the same point, and it's been only 4 people online plus only a few here. So thanks.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I do think it's an important aspect, and I would ask you as the Speaker to maybe have the discussion. I just brought it up with, in fact, the table. And that is, when you think of the virtual members that are on virtually, to the best of my knowledge, there is no rule that says you have to have your camera on or off, nor was there any formal thing written saying that if your camera's off, you're not a part of the quorum. So I'm not looking for a response now. I do think that the Speaker should have a discussion about it, because I think there's arguments for and against that sort of camera on, camera off, and I just bring it up for what it's worth and would appreciate a ruling.
Member for...
I'll go first to the member for St. John. Is this on the same point of order? Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up, and this was mentioned in the House. We can't see who's online or whose camera's on or not. And so my colleague cannot assume there's quorum. He had to have it checked. That's one thing. And given that we're in hybrid mode, we know that people can take the floor even from other than at their own seat. And I know the member for Winnipeg North referred to members being in the lobbies, and I'd ask for a clarification. In the hybrid context, what is considered quorum?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And to the request from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Speaker already ruled and spoke to this. The previous chair occupant spoke to this and said that the requirement was that the camera must be on to be counted towards quorum. So that was said, and I'm sure if you check with our good folks at Hansard, that they will confirm that that was the ruling of the chair occupant on a previous quorum call today. Madam Chair, I would also just note that that while the Parliamentary Secretary
getting onto the debate, and we will definitely look into it. I'm not going to make a ruling on this today, but I will certainly bring it to the attention of the House, the Speaker, and we'll come back to the House with a proper definition of quorum and what counts as quorum. The honourable member on the same point of order. Yes, please.
Yes, I respectfully disagree with a member from Winnipeg North on his remarks regarding the rules, because he should know the rules. He's the government, and I think you should, Madam Speaker, should check those rules and clarify them.
I've just given an answer that we will look into it and come back to the House with a definite definition of quorum. So the honourable member for Whitby, resuming debate.
Madam Speaker, that was riveting, but I'm glad to get back to the matter at hand here, which obviously the Conservative Party has.
Madam Speaker. Point of order.
The Honourable Minister for the Economic Development Federal Economic Development Agency of Southern Ontario. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. An agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78(1) or 78(2) with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78(3), I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, I am tabling government responses to questions numbers 409 to 417.
Duly noted. Thank you to the Minister. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's great to speak a little bit further to the reason why Bill C-5 should not be hived into two. Contrary to the Conservative motion here, which we're debating on a Friday afternoon, which is unfortunate given the fact that there's important government business to get finished, business of the nation, to actually implement Canada's budget for 2022. But back to the matter at hand, I was just talking about how the Harper government was adding mandatory minimum penalties, all the while the evidence was clear that these were ineffective and racist in terms of their application. In fact, black offenders also comprised a disproportionately high percentage of offenders admitted for nonviolent firearms offenses. 25% of offenders admitted for weapons trafficking and 42% of offenders admitted for firearms trafficking were indeed black. MMPs limit the ability of sentencing courts to fully take into account the myriad of social, economic, cultural, institutional, and historical factors that create the conditions for criminality. Factors that are disproportionately experienced by black, Indigenous, and other racialized Canadians. And it's my belief that our government is addressing those underlying conditions. While the Conservatives want to purport to be tough on crime, we're actually following the evidence and implementing solutions that make sense. And in this case, that means repealing mandatory minimum penalties. It is important to remind ourselves that the Supreme Court of Canada in R versus Nur 2015 and R versus Lloyd in 2016 found that the use of MMPs for offenses that can be committed in various ways under a broad array of circumstances and by a wide range of people are constitutionally vulnerable. In addition, the proposed reforms would also encourage a greater use of conditional sentences, which are currently unavailable in cases where they would otherwise be appropriate. This more tailored approach that encourages rehabilitation allows offenders who do not pose a public safety risk to serve short terms of imprisonment in the community under strict conditions, including abstaining from the consumption of drugs and alcohol and not owning, possessing, or carrying a weapon, including a firearm. So I will just say that the community corrections movement has proven to be very successful in this country and deserves our support.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is C5 is C22 under previous Parliament, which died on paper, and the government went on election. If they were so serious about passing such a bill, they could have done it. But the question to the Honourable Member is this. We believe that mandatory minimum sentences, strict monitoring for high-risk individuals, increased enforcement and prosecution of smuggling, safe storage, provisions, firearm safety training, a certification screening system for all those wishing to acquire firearm legally, and putting more law enforcement officers on our street. Which one of these the government and the Honourable Member is against?
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, I think what we're against, and I realize that the member across the way feels that is actually, I believe, forgetting the fact that these mandatory minimums in this case are being repealed because they're being applied to non-violent offenders. And I think when we're considering smaller offenses that don't pose a large community safety risk, we're talking about youth that may have made a mistake early on in life, or someone that may possess a firearm but hasn't used it and has been convicted. These individuals deserve chances to reintegrate back into society, and mandatory minimum penalties incarcerate them for much longer than is necessary. And the gradual release process has been proven to be far more successful at keeping our society safe. And just to add, mandatory minimum penalties actually have been proven to have no deterrent effect on criminal behavior.
Comment, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Whitby for his speech. Just before him, the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice made an interesting comment about dividing the bill. If it were to be divided in two, it would probably have to reconvene witnesses so that they could testify on different parts of the bill. My understanding of that is that testimony can't apply the same way to both parts of the law that we wish to divide. Is that not an admission that these parts are different enough that we should vote on them separately?
Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you for the question. I can't speak to what my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, spoke to, but because I don't necessarily understand the full implication of dividing the bill in that regard in terms of when it goes to committee. But I don't think that that provides a reasonable, argument for why this bill should be divided. It is all relevant to mandatory minimum penalties that are being proposed to be repealed in this bill. They've been proven not to work, so why not debate them together? Why not pass this bill together? And I urge the members of this House to support this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank the Honourable Member for his riveting intervention. I noticed at the onset that he spoke about his family coming from a policing family. Of course, his father, he said, was a homicide detective. One of the things in this bill that is disturbing, and should be disturbing for all Canadians, is the reduction of mandatory minimums for gun-related criminal offences, gang-related offences, the use of a firearm in the commission of offence. I'm just wondering how he can reconcile that part of this piece of legislation with an understanding of that policing background that he has. And I know that most police officers that I've spoken to feel that reducing those mandatory minimums will do nothing to deter gun crime in this country. In fact, will embolden criminals. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his question. I think for me, I think we have to look at the underlying socioeconomic conditions, the historic and institutional conditions that lead to criminality. I think what we're not recognizing here in this sort of lock 'em up, throw away the key type mentality that the Conservatives have been peddling for generations, it doesn't work. The evidence suggests that it doesn't work. It doesn't keep our society safer. It does not deter crime. And it doesn't recognize the material circumstances of Black and Indigenous people that lead them to disproportionately end up in our criminal justice system. So that would be my response.
Before we proceed, I would just like to return to the House. The table has advised me that the quorum rules have been determined by the Speaker as when people are on hybrid settings that the cameras must be open to be considered part of the quorum. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to respond to a question of privilege that was actually raised on May 5 earlier this week. Concerning an allegation involving the work at a standing committee on citizenship and immigration. The member opposite alleges that ministerial staffers who provided advice to Liberal members on the committee on a report before the committee represents ministerial interference. This is simply not the case in this situation, Madam Speaker. Parliamentary secretaries represent ministers in the House and in committees. Parliamentary secretaries are supported by ministerial staffers, and these staff provide advice on ensuring that the government's position and approach is understood on matters of government policy. All members of the committee advance their views on the preparation of committee reports, as these reports must be adopted ultimately by the committee. The member from Simcoe Grey alleges that it is inappropriate for ministerial staffers to provide advice to Liberal members, including the Parliamentary Secretary on the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The quote from the member from the email in question is clear that the advice from the Minister's office was to suggest an approach to the drafting of the report to ensure that the government's position is understood by Liberal members. The quote is clear that this was a suggestion and not, in fact, a direction. There was no attempt to coerce members in any way of the committee or to dictate the work of the analyst from the Library of Parliament. I submit that it is perfectly normal for ministerial staffers to provide, advise, and suggestions to Liberal members on the committee or committees. And this work does not in any way represent an interference in the work of members on any given committee, in particular this committee in this situation. I would also state that Ms. Mantes is an exempt political staffer in the government House Leader's office and not a non-partisan public servant in the Privy Council office. Lastly, Madam Speaker, since a report has not been tabled in the House, I would ultimately submit that raising a question of privilege on this matter is, at the very least, premature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil. On this point of order? No. Resuming debate for 1 minute. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the short time that I have, I'll just remind you and remind the House that all of today could have been avoided had the question been put. We would have had a vote on Monday. We could have resumed to government legislation and debated C-19, but instead, in a shockingly funny situation, the government actually moved time allocation on themselves. So, Madam Speaker, I know that the member from New Westminster Burnaby showed his complete indignation to the fact that petitions haven't been read. They supported government moving to orders of the day all week. That's why they weren't. So I'm seeking unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, and I hope others will agree that the House proceed to presenting petitions today. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
Nay.
Well, that is that. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Madame Lattanzio, appuyée par Madame Romanado, propose que le projet de loi C-252, loi modifiant la...
Bill C-252, modifying the Food and Drugs Act, prohibition of food and beverage marketing directed at children.
No. Madame Lattanzio. Sorry. Que le projet de loi C-252, loi...
That Bill C-252, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, prohibition of food and beverage marketing marketed at children, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health debate.
First, Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Saint-Léonard.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise in the House today to take part in the discussion on Bill C-252, which aims to support restrictions on commercial marketing and advertising on certain foods and beverages to children. Today's food environment is diverse and includes access to fast foods and ultra-processed foods, which makes it difficult for Canadians to make healthy food choices. The issue has less to do with our individual will and more to do with which foods are available and aggressively marketed to us. The advertising of these types of foods is all around us. As a result, Canadians are exposed to and consume too many foods that contribute to excess sugars, saturated fats, and sodiums in their diets. It is no wonder that Canadians continue to face challenges as they navigate through the food environment and strive to make healthy eating decisions. There is no denying that we are facing a chronic disease crisis in Canada, and unhealthy diets are playing a key role. The scope of the crisis is staggering, and unhealthy diets with excess intakes of sugar, saturated fats, and sodium are a key modifiable risk factor for obesity and chronic diseases. It has been reported that for the first time in history, we have children who have spent their whole lives eating diets high in ultra-processed foods and of low nutritional value. In fact, Canadians are the second largest buyers of ultra-processed foods and beverages in the world, second only to the Americans. Furthermore, studies have shown that 1 in 3 children in Canada is overweight or obese, and as a result are more likely to develop health problems such as high cholesterol, high blood pressure, joint problems, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and even some forms of cancers later in life. In 2019, dietary risk factors contributed to an estimated 36,000 deaths, and the burden of chronic diseases impacted mainly by diet and other modifiable risk factors has been estimated to cost $13.8 billion in Canada. With these alarming rates and statistics, it is undeniable that the issue of our food environment requires our attention as a growing matter of public health concern. While there are a number of contributing factors that influence our diet, food advertising is one of the more prevalent. Advertising has a considerable impact on children's food preferences and consumption patterns. In a report presented in 2016, the World Health Organization's Commission on Ending Childhood Obesity concluded that there is unequivocal evidence that the marketing of food and beverages that contribute to excess sugar, saturated fats, and sodium in children's diets has a negative impact on childhood obesity and other diseases. They recommended that any attempt to tackle these serious health issues should include restrictions on the advertising and marketing of certain foods and beverages to children. Even before the pandemic of COVID-19, it has been reported that over 90% of food and beverage product advertisements viewed by children online and or on TV have been for products that are high in sugars, saturated fats, and sodium content. Kids aged 9 through 13 years of age get more calories, almost 60%, from ultra-processed foods than any other age group. The COVID-19 pandemic has further highlighted the urgency of tackling unhealthy eating habits as children who were confined in their homes by the lockdowns were subjected through various media and settings to unhealthy diets, food and beverages ads at an alarming rate. Statistics have shown that 1/3 of Canadians increased their consumption of junk food or sweets in just 3 months into the pandemic as a way to deal with the stressful circumstances. It is widely acknowledged that children are particularly vulnerable to advertising and succumb to its persuasive influence over their food preferences, attitudes, purchase requests, consumption patterns, and overall health. Children are highly exposed to food advertising, be it through various forms of media, packaging, displays, which promote foods that contribute disproportionately to excess consumptions of sugar, saturated fats, and sodium. Canadian food and beverage industry spends approximately $1.1 billion per year on marketing to children. They use product design, cartoon, identifiable characters, fantasy, adventure themes to market to kids. The exposure, frequency, and power of the ads can successfully reach a child as young as 3 years of age. Given this evidence, it is clear that the government needs to do more and take immediate action in protecting children from unfair and deceptive marketing and advertising practices in order to protect their health. That is why part of the Ministry of Health's mandate is to promote healthy eating by advancing the healthy eating strategy. Evidence has shown that many factors in our food environment influence our ability to make healthy food choices, such as access to and availability of healthy food options, lower prices, and promotion of certain foods. The food we find in our grocery stores, on restaurant menus, social media, and food advertising greatly impact our choices. With widespread availability of foods high in sugar, saturated fats, and sodium, we need to take action in order to restrict ads from targeting children. Our government recognized these challenges in 2016 and subsequently launched a healthy eating strategy in order to make the healthier choice the easier choice for Canadians. The strategy aims to improve nutrition, information, and literacy, facilitate healthier food options, and protect and support marginalized and vulnerable populations. The Government of Canada has made significant progress to date. In 2016, the government improved the nutrition facts table and list of ingredients, which help Canadians make more informed food choices. In 2018, it prohibited industrially produced trans fats. In 2019, the revised Canada's Food Guide was launched, providing Canadians with relevant, consistent, and credible dietary guidance. And in 2020, sodium reduction targets were published to encourage sodium reduction in food supply. But more remains to be done. The government is committed to advancing the outstanding initiatives of the healthy eating strategy and pursuing the implementation of preventative measures aimed at promoting healthy eating lifestyles. These include finalizing the front of package nutrition labeling to promote healthy food choices and supporting restriction on the commercial marketing and advertising of certain foods and beverages to children. Having the right tools to access, understand, and use nutrition information will support Canadians in making healthier choices. However, other factors, and particularly the constant stream of commercial messages and endorsements, also influence what we buy. These aggressive marketing techniques are used to promote foods with excess amounts of sugar, saturated fats, and sodium. Children are particularly vulnerable to food advertising and therefore must be provided the necessary protection for their health and well-being, and marketing directed at them must be regulated. Their parents should be provided with the support needed as they help their children develop healthy eating habits and food preferences. Bill C-252 aims to protect children's health and their well-being. Bill C-252 proposes to amend the Canada's Foods and Drugs Act in order to prohibit any marketing of food and beverages directed at persons under the age of 13. Paragraph 2 of Bill C-252 adds a definition of children, stipulating that it means persons who are under the age of 13. As per the FDA, food includes beverages, and advertisement is defined in broad terms, including representation by any means of promoting directly or indirectly the sale of products controlled by legislation. The notion of advertisement is medium neutral, which encompasses the latest technologies and evolving marketing methods. Paragraph 4 of Bill C-252 adds a new paragraph to the FDA entitled Advertising Directed at Children. And
the Honourable, I have to interrupt the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray called take on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just was wondering if you could look at who's participating online. I believe that someone might be participating from in a washroom, the member from Brampton Centre.
I can't see. I don't have access to the the table doesn't see anything either. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think that we have to be very careful in terms of the types of points of order. You know, what people are doing in their office on virtual, sometimes it can be very easy to shy away from the camera to do something else, much like we might shift over a couple of seats. The most important thing, I believe, is that the member has the camera on and that they're in the room. And I wouldn't want to attempt to embarrass members. It doesn't matter what political party they might belong to. I don't think it would be appropriate to, to use the virtual parliament as a mechanism to embarrass people.
Okay, I've had confirmation from the table that Paige has confirmed that there was a member that appeared to be in the washroom, and I would like to remind everyone that especially online, we have to be very prudent on how we use our devices and to be aware of the surroundings when you are online. The Honourable Member for Leeds, no, that's it. Perfect. L'honorable député de Saint-Léonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I shall pursue. As per the FDA, food includes beverages, and advertisement is defined in broad terms, including any representation by any means by promoting directly or indirectly the sale of products controlled by legislation. The notion of advertisement is medium neutral, which encompasses the latest technologies and involving methods. Paragraph 4 of Bill C-252 adds a new paragraph to the FDA entitled Advertising Directed at Children, and whereby provisions and regulations will define the marketing and advertising mechanisms that will be prohibited and will be part of the bill. Paragraph 7.3 allows, after 5 years of the adoption of Bill C-252, a review mechanism possible via a committee of the Senate, of the House of Commons, or of both houses of Parliament, in order to evaluate if there has been an increase in advertising of foods and beverages that contribute to excess food, saturated fats of sodium in children's diets in the next group of kids, that is, persons who are between 13 to 16 years of age. Lastly, paragraph 6 of the bill stipulates that the act will come into force 1 year after receiving royal assent. By supporting Bill C-252, we are ensuring that marketing and advertising cannot bypass parents and target children directly. To conclude, we all have an opportunity to advocate through meaningful changes to our food environment. This government has taken important steps to create conditions to make the healthier choice the easier choice for all Canadians. But still, more work remains to be done. We are committed to advancing the remaining key health eating strategy initiatives to further improve the state of healthy eating in Canada and have a meaningful impact on the long-term health of Canadians. This includes taking actions to support children's healthy eating habits to mitigate risks of obesity and diet-related chronic diseases. A healthy population, including healthy children, is not only key to reducing the likelihood of serious health problems, thus requiring fewer healthcare services, but will also contribute to a healthy economy as well. Some parliamentarians may recall that a similar bill, Bill S-228, was initially tabled in the Senate in 2016, which spearheaded the approach to introduce restrictions on advertising and marketing to children. It had passed in the Senate, was debated and amended in this chamber, and subsequently returned to the Senate, but never reached a final vote before the dissolution of Parliament in 2019. In the meantime, industry stakeholders have taken initiatives to tackle the issue of advertising to children, but their attempts at self-regulation have been on a voluntary basis only and lack proper monitoring. As a result, Canadian children continue to be exposed to these ads. It is worthy to note that restricting marketing to children has become mandatory in countries such as Portugal, Mexico, and Chile, and Argentina and Spain are in the process of advancing new legislative regulatory initiatives. More importantly, the UK, which tabled its legislation imposing restriction on advertising of HFSS, that is high-fat, salt, and sugar products in July 2021, has received royal assent just last Thursday on April 28th and will come into effect in less than a year on January 1st, 2023. Dear colleagues, Canada must follow suit. The issue on hand is nonpartisan, and I hope to count on the support of all parliamentarians in this House, as well as all senators, for the adoption of Bill C-252 will benefit our children and future generations. I would like to thank the researchers, especially Dr. Monique Potvin-Kent, La Coalition du Poids, the Quebec Coalition, the Stop Marketing to Kids Coalition, the Allied Health Agencies, the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada, and the Child Obesity Foundation, who have worked and supported the objectives of Bill C-252 and of its prior version. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this very important issue, and I look forward to the final implementation of Bill C-252.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to the Honourable Member for this bill. I believe the spirit of the bill it's great, and I hope that she'll be able to take it all the way through to get the royal assent. The question or the challenge for this bill is digital advertisement. And in a digitized world where social media play big and fundamental role, how can this bill ensure that the bill itself is going to work properly and is going to provide the conditions to make sure that it will meet the objectives of it?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. The bill encompasses all types of advertising, including digital advertising, and I hope that the measures will be taken to be able to tackle and stop big companies from being able to target our children via digital, whether it be cell phones, whether it be through computers, whether it be through online media.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank the member for her speech and for her bill. However, often the problem with bills is not so much with their intention as with their implementation. And given the amount of advertising we have today, I wonder if she could tell us how this is actually going to be followed up on. Because, for example, previously we saw that the Consumer Protection Bureau was completely inundated with complaints. And it was only in the most visible cases that there were actually the right resources to deal with these situations and have the advertising withdrawn in some cases. So with the resources in case, what can we actually hope for here? The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this important question. This bill was inspired by our legislation in Quebec, the consumer protection legislation. And what I would say is that it was very effective, given that in the past, advertising was done at amusement parks like La Ronde or water parks. We need a system in place to see what kind of advertising might violate legislation, and in order to properly manage these situations. In Quebec, there are already resources. Notices are sent on a regular basis, and then if action isn't taken rapidly, court proceedings begin. And we know that some fairly significant fines were levied.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Portwood, Equal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really thank the member for the speech today and the comments that were made around the health of children and the impact of advertising. My question is, can the member comment on how gaming that strategically places product within their games in the hands of characters can be included in the bill?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. In essence, the bill looks to restrict all types of advertising, including putting characters, anything that would appeal to children and persuade them to be able to pester their parents, if I can express myself this way, to be able to buy these products. So any restriction that would be on using of mascots, logo, fantasy characters, all of those would be restricted.
Yes, questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Whitby.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her incredibly hard work on this very important private members bill, which I personally couldn't be more supportive of, and I think many Canadians will be thanking her, hopefully for generations, because of her contributions to children's health. I would just say what's interesting to me is to think about the cost avoidance of dietary-related disease, which we know is one of the largest costs to Canada's healthcare system. And I'm just wondering if the member could, basically, explain what she thinks the cost avoidance might be for Health Canada in the future.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his excellent question. As mentioned in my speech, Madam Chair, it's been estimated that it's costing $13.8 billion annually to Canadians to be able to deal with diseases that are compounded and that are related to unhealthy eating habits. So I think that in the long run, investing in putting forward these types of restrictions would contribute to reducing the health care that Canadians need and reducing the costs associated to.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to rise and to speak to C-252. This is a well-intentioned bill that is trying to address a serious issue in Canada of obesity in children. Now, in one of the previous parliaments, I was actually the health critic when the former version of this bill came forward from the Senate. And we know that Senator Nancy Green-Rain had brought that bill forward. And in fact, she did receive a little bit of teasing about it because many of you will know that she was quite a famous skier, but did a lot lot of promotional work for Mars bars. So when she came with S228, there was some teasing going on. But this is truly a very serious issue because almost a third of children in Canada are obese, and it's just getting worse. Certainly, the pandemic did not make things better. I think that we would all agree, even for those of us that are not children anymore, that we probably spent too much time at home snacking and putting on weight. But that said, I think the bill is trying to address reducing obesity in children by controlling marketing that's intended specifically for children. And if we look at places that have put this in place, there are a lot of them. Quebec was mentioned. Chile has had this program in place for a long time. And the problem is it's not working. That is the biggest problem. What happens is they're measuring success by the number of packages that they were able to have altered so that they're not directing it towards children, when really, I mean, the measure that we're looking for here is a reduction in the obesity of children. The reason it's important is because obesity is not just a serious health issue, but it is a cause of death. If we look at obesity, we know that some of the related health problems are high blood pressure or heart disease. This is the #1 killer, heart and stroke, of Canadians. And type 2 diabetes is another very serious impact. And right now, there's 11 million Canadians that have diabetes or pre-diabetes. And it's very well known that, through a mixture of diet and exercise, many Canadians that develop type 2 diabetes could have been prevented from doing that. Many other health conditions like liver disease, sleep apnea, joint problems, not to mention the emotional toll. In school, you can imagine the teasing and bullying that often accompanies those that are obese. And so this can be permanently damaging as well. So I'm definitely very supportive of addressing obesity in children, and it's actually tripled in the last 30 years in Canada. So it's truly at an epidemic stage. The problem is in 2012, Quebec put in similar legislation to this, and they've still had a 30% increase in obesity over this length of time. So I think that if you look at the root causes of obesity and what medical science is saying about it, they're really saying that there's 4 factors that we need to address, or 4 factors that are the most important. One is genetics. And really, you can't do much about that. You're sort of born into the family that you're born into. I know of families that they're all skinny forever and they eat, way more than I'm able to eat. And certainly I'm envious, but I can do nothing about my own genetics. So I think that's not something the government can control. Metabolism, obviously, your metabolic rate. Men are a higher metabolic rate generally than women, and so there can be a factor there. And of course, those with issues like thyroid can also have metabolic impacts. So really, again, not much the government can do there. Then there's lifestyle. Diet and physical activity. And I think this is a place where the government really can make some impacts. There have been studies around the world, and if we look at places that have the best outcomes, the lowest obesity rates in the world, those are places like Denmark, France, Ireland, Latvia, and Norway. And you go take a look at what it is that they're doing there that is working. And they would talk about how there's more walking and cycling going on in many of these European countries than we have here. That there is an effort in the schools to serve food that's, smaller portions. It's not fried. It's, more vegetables. In France, they actually have 3 recesses to run around, as well as the weekly gym classes. So they're incorporating that into schools. And I certainly remember back when I was in school. Now, keep in mind, it was a different time back then because I'm more aged than many of you here in the House. But, in terms of diet, our household was not stellar. There was Frosted Flakes and Lucky Charms and Cocoa Puffs and Alphabets for breakfast. My mother used to let us dip our toast in maple syrup. So we ate bologna sandwiches on white bread and a Kraft dinner and beefaroni and things like that. Sprinkle sandwiches were a thing when I was growing up. And so none of that diet would be considered a healthy diet today. But really at the time, there was not any obese kids anywhere to be found in our area because we were running around all day, running around at school, playing soccer, after school, playing hide and go seek, we were running to the park, jumping off the monkey bars. It was all about activity. And so there was a specific effort called Participaction at the time that was designed to get kids moving and to get kids active. And I definitely think that is something that is worth focusing on in addition to, the move towards healthier foods. Environment is the fourth factor that experts are saying is important. And so we've talked about the environment at school and the things that can be done there. Access to sports facilities and getting people involved in sports and access to nutritious food. These are important things, but right now the affordability of life is impacting that. And that is something that the government can have an impact on. If you think about, the increases in carbon tax that have caused home heating prices to go up, gas prices to go up, food, especially fresh produce, to go up beyond what those that are living on a lower and maybe fixed income can actually afford. This is something that will actually translate into people not eating as nutritious a diet. And so I think that's something that the government can impact on by improving the affordability of life. At the same time, because of the squeeze on everybody's pocketbooks, a lot of the money that is given in the child tax benefit that we expect would be used to get kids into sports and help them afford those things, they're actually being used to help pay the bills. And so things like the sports tax credit that we used to have, that was a specific thing motivating people to get their kids involved in sports, those are ideas that the government can implement that can have a really big impact. Now, in terms of the unintended negative consequences, when the discussion came to committee in the last go-round on this bill, there are a lot of organizations like Tim Hortons and McDonald's and whatnot that sponsor children's sports efforts. And there was a desire to have an exemption to make sure that they would not be punished, but could continue, to market their products, which some would consider to be unhealthy. And so when this bill comes before committee, I think it would be worth looking at those exemptions that happen. The other discussion was about enforcement. So all of the regimes that have put a bill like this in place have had difficulty enforcing it, and it's become that much more difficult now that we see that we're in a digital age. So kids have access to the internet, very difficult to control even what country what they're viewing is coming from. And so the enforcement part of this is a difficult one as well. Now, there are those that will point out that parental responsibility is important, that parents making healthy choices and helping their children learn to make healthy choices is what this ought to be about. There are those that will say, you know what, everybody needs to have their freedom. I mean, for me, if you put chips in a dark bag with a skull and crossbones on it, I'd probably still eat them. But, people should have individual choice. There is something to that, and I think everything in moderation. That said, I really don't think that these measures have been effective, but we do need to do everything possible to reduce obesity in our country and to help our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to take the floor today to speak to Bill C-252 put forward by the member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. And this bill would amend the Food and Drugs Act and make it illegal to advertise certain foods and beverages directed at children. so children under 13. So it's advertising mainly of sugared drinks. Another thing about the bill is that the bill provides that the effects of the bill should be studied 5 years down the road by a committee of the House or the Senate or a joint committee. The problem with this, that this bill seeks to address, is quite a striking one. When you look at the statistics, they say a lot. 52% of the population, so adults and children combined, are overweight, and 18% were outright obese. And according to the best estimates, that could be 54% overweight and 21% obese by 2030. So there's quite an acceleration going on here as well. And there have been major differences in recent years when you compare the prevalence of overweight and obesity for children. It's gone up from 15 to 26%. And the age group where the increase was most marked was for youth aged 12 to 17, with overweight and obesity rates more than doubling for this age group, from 14 to 29%. And rising body mass index is a major risk factor for certain chronic diseases like cardiovascular disease. That comes to mind readily. And that was actually the leading cause of death in 2012. And then obviously there's diabetes, and it's an easy connection with sugary drinks. There's also musculoskeletal disorders like arthritis. And then there's certain cancers that are more prevalent. There's a comorbidity with overweight and obesity. So cancers like breast, ovarian, prostate, liver, and so on. And this problem is going to only get worse if nothing is done. So this bill targets advertising aimed at children specifically. And what would be the impact? What is the impact of advertising on children? And so children are becoming, they're gaining more and more purchasing power all the time. So there's some interesting data about this. So children have direct and indirect purchasing power because they can influence their parents' choices as well. So children reportedly influence more than 40% of household purchases. And in Canada, in 2004, children influenced $20 billion worth of family purchases or household purchases. So that's indirect influence for you right there. And children themselves, aged 2 to 12, spend $1.5 billion of their own spending money every year. That was in 2002. And in 2006, Canadian kids spent almost $3 billion in spending money. In the U.S., it's almost double. Children doubled their spending each decade between 1960 and 1990. Now, we know that as early as 6 months of age, babies are said to be able to form mental images of corporate logos or mascots. And by age 3, 1 in 5 American kids demand specific brands. Among the 6 most recognized brands by toddlers, 4 come from the food sector. 93% of children aged 3 to 5 recognize the McDonald's logo, even before they can read. Now, they recognize it, but does it work? Well, the connection there is quite interesting. Between the ages of 3 and 5, when young children are shown French fries, the same fries, in 2 different packages, systematically younger kids prefer the fries in a McDonald's package. So advertising clearly has an impact. And when I trained as a lawyer, one of the first courses I took was in consumer law. And I loved the course given by Pierre-Claude Lafont. And there we saw that there's quite a difference in advertising rules between here and in the U.S. So people may have noticed this with drugs, with medications. Here, you can't have the name of the drug and what it's used for. And the same thing for toys for children. And I remember when I was a kid, I kept changing the channel because I preferred the U.S. ads for toys. They were so much better than the Canadian ones. So we know that it has an influence. But there are some limitations to this bill, and which could possibly be studied in committee and also on the 5-year review of the effectiveness of the bill. Because in order for it to be effective, in order to fight overweight and obesity among kids, it has to be done in tandem with other measures. And in 2019, Quebec tabled an action plan to reduce sugar-sweetened beverages and promote water. And so in addition to banning advertising for younger kids, Quebec didn't take part in the development of a federal framework, but the idea is if we're going to limit advertising, this should be done in concert with the provinces, because the provinces have their own jurisdiction in this area. The member for Sarnia-Lambton pointed out, and rightly so, that children are less active nowadays, and there's definitely a correlation between the federal Food and Drugs Act and provincial legislation. So I would suggest that this study should be done in conjunction with what the provinces are doing. And we have to be able to make sure that if we're going to ban advertising, and Professor Lafont mentioned this when I was taking his course, you need, as the professor said, it's only very flagrant abuses of the advertising ban that will be taken off the air. So the legislation has to be drafted very carefully, and it's all complaint-driven. And given that this is a private member's bill, and often these aren't accompanied by any financial resources, we have a lot of questions about how would this be enforced? What are the methods to implement such a ban? Another thing that mustn't be forgotten is that there's always a gray area between what is advertising meant for kids and what is just general advertising, and the industry can be very creative when it comes to exploiting that gray area. Because there was a report published in 2019 that showed the lengths companies go to. For example, there are foods that are shaped like toys, or the packaging may change depending on the season or the holiday, and it's questionable whether that's for the benefit of kids or adults. There can be plays on words, there can be smaller formats, there can be sometimes products come with a toy inside, so or there can be a family-based ad. Is that aimed at children, or is it aimed at the adults in the family? It's debatable. So there's the type of the font, or if there's references to magic or fantasy. Those are all things that the committee will have to take into account when evaluating this bill, because we want it to be as effective as possible. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Young kids would rather eat rocks covered with stickers than a fresh banana. This is what research has proven. On an episode of Dateline, kids were given a rock covered in cartoon stickers and a banana, and then asked which one they would rather eat. They chose The Rock because of its affiliation to a well-known cartoon character. Advertising to children works. The companies know this. Children under 8 are the most susceptible of all to food marketing because they're unable to understand its selling or persuasive intent. There is strong agreement among leading Canadian pediatric and allied health organizations that the impact of food and beverage marketing is real, significant, and harmful to children's development. Quebec accepted this reality over 40 years ago and has consumer protections prohibiting advertising that targets children under the age of 13. Quebec children, all the way back to 1980, have been protected from this harmful practice perpetuated by corporations. Other jurisdictions around the world have also adopted similar legislation, including Norway, the United Kingdom, Ireland, Sweden, and Portugal. Quebec's restrictions on advertising to children have shown to have a positive impact on nutrition by reducing fast food consumption by 13%. Quebec also has the lowest rates of obesity among children aged 5 to 17 and the highest rates of vegetable and fruit consumption in Canada. Quebec has proved that restricting marketing to children works. Canadians are the second largest buyers of ultra-processed foods and drinks in the world, second only to the Americans. Nearly 1 in 3 Canadian children are overweight or obese. Research states that the relationship between obesity and exposure to food advertising meets all criteria commonly used to demonstrate the presence of a causal relationship in epidemiology. We know that overweight children are more likely to develop health problems later in life, including heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and high blood pressure. With this proposed legislation, we have an opportunity to protect the health of the rest of Canada's children by reducing unhealthy food marketing. Good eating habits and avoidance of unhealthy foods are key preventative elements of health policy. Canada's New Democrats have advocated for a ban on unhealthy food and beverage marketing to children for years. In fact, my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby introduced legislation to expressly prohibit advertising and promotion for commercial purposes of products, foods, drugs, cosmetics, or devices directly advertising to children under 13 years of age back in 2012. We understand the link between this advertising and long-term health, and we also know from research that children from socioeconomically disadvantaged and ethnic minority backgrounds are disproportionately exposed to unhealthy food advertisements. This is simply unacceptable. New Democrats want every child in Canada to develop a healthy relationship to nutrition and the foods they consume. That is why we are also calling for the establishment of a national school nutrition program to give every student access to nutritious food and to make healthy eating a daily lesson for our kids to develop lifelong good food habits. I'll take a moment here to shout out to the City of Port Moody, whose council recently sent me correspondence that their city is in full support of the BC chapter of the Coalition for Healthy School Food. The Coalition is a growing network of over 160 member organizations seeking public investment in a universal, cost-shared, healthy school food program for all children and youth in Canada. I raise my hands to this coalition, and I'm fully supportive of your goal. In Canada, 90% of the food marketed to children and youth on TV and online is unhealthy, and 3/4 of children in Canada are exposed to food marketing while using their favorite social media apps. Marketing to children has changed dramatically in the last 10 years. Today, it is seamless, sophisticated, and often interactive. The line between ads and children's entertainment is blurred, with marketing messages being inserted into the places where children play and learn. Online advertising in particular has become ever more prevalent. Marketers directly target children via websites, apps, and other digital platforms. These ads are often presented as entertainment. They even have a name, Madam Speaker, Adver Games. The Adver Game is an interactive online game that contains embedded media content with the purpose of promoting specific brands or products. According to scientific studies, Adver Games are widely used to market high salt, sugar, and fat products, referred to as HSSF. A 2018 meta-analysis of 15 global studies focusing on children aged 5 to 17 found that 97% of all food and beverage advert games contain at least one food cue that is considered a brand identifier. These place a branded food item like cereal, soft drinks, snack foods in the mouth of a popular children's character. Children as old as 15 do not recognize these advert games as advertising. Research shows that advert games persuade on a subconscious, emotional level and can change children's behavior without their conscious awareness. In a study presented in Science Direct, the authors even rose the fundamental ethical question about the use of this technique in children. In addition, as advert games do not typically include age restrictions, it is also likely that children are accessing advert games that are not age appropriate. Parents and children are often unaware that advert games have a marketing element. New ways of advertising does not leave traditional television off the hook. A 2019 study from 22 countries found Canadian children up to the age of 18 were exposed to 13 hours of 13 HSSF advertisements per hour during peak viewing times, while the global average was only 3. The most frequently advertised food and beverage items globally were carbonated soft drinks, flavored waters, chocolate, and confectionery. Overall, the study found HSSF food items are promoted 4 times more than healthier food items. And the majority of these ads come from a small number of multinational corporations. These corporations are impacting the lifelong health and eating habits of our children, Madam Speaker. To add insult to injury, the correlation between unhealthy food advertisement and childhood obesity is being disputed by industry-sponsored reports, which recommend promoting physical activity and weight loss campaigns rather than policy to limit exposure to their advertising. The reality is we must do both. There are a number of peer-reviewed studies that support this dual approach. One study out of the UK went so far as to say governments should implement restrictions that would further limit exposure to TV and online ads of HSSF products. And Cancer Research UK have proposed introducing a total ban of advertising these products before 9 p.m. They further recommend a total ban on this type of food advertisement before 9 p.m. on all online streaming services, as well as a total ban placed on online advert games, which have been developed for the primary purpose of promoting unhealthy food. This highlights how serious this problem is. Only legislation will work to stop these multinational corporations from trying to increase consumption of unhealthy food, especially to our kids. Study after study shows that voluntary bans are ineffective, and there is data that proves that exposure to unhealthy food advertising is similar before and after any introduction of a voluntary ban. In closing, New Democrats have been calling for a ban on unhealthy food advertising targeted at children for years. We believe that it is wrong to let wealthy corporations manipulate the near and long-term eating habits of our children. We stand unambiguously on the side of children's health and welfare and not corporate profits. It is time to do what we know works to protect children and to help them develop a healthy relationship to nutrition and food. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Puis...
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank my colleague, the member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel, for her bill, which I support entirely. And I'm so pleased she put it forward because this is a really important issue, as we heard today. I also want to mention that Quebec led its own initiatives, as mentioned by the other member. which reduced the rate of obesity by 13%.
This is the first time I'm getting up in the House to give a speech since Easter, when I became a grandmother for the very first time. And I would be remiss to not specify that I'm a glamorous grandma. So I just want to get that on the record in Hansards. Well. In all seriousness, Madam Speaker, when I was growing up in the late 70s, early 80s, I remember Saturday morning cartoons where we would take our big bowl of Fruit Loops or our bowl of, Count Chocula, and we would be watching the cartoons. But it's funny, in preparing for this debate, I actually recall the song from Honeycombs. Honeycombs big, yeah. I mean, we're talking 30 years later, I still remember the song. And that's what this bill is about. I can't remember last week, Madam Speaker. I'm so busy, but I can remember the Honeycombs song. So obviously advertising towards children works. And we need to stop it because we do know for a fact that children nowadays are watching a lot more TV, they're online, they are constantly plugged in. Let's be real. When my children were growing up, I made a point of, I wanted to make the homemade baby food, and I didn't want to make sure that wanted to make sure they didn't have a lot of sodium in their food. And we've always had a little vegetable garden in our yard to, grow the cherry tomatoes and the lettuce and peppers and so on. And I always wanted my kids to know that, good healthy food is available. And, they'd want to go to McDonald's and have their chicken nuggets, but it was very rare that they were allowed to have their chicken nuggets. And as a new grandmother, I want that for my grandson as well. I want him to grow up healthy, and I don't want him to be bombarded with advertising, whether it be online, in print, or on TV, that's going to expose him to bad habits for the future. Now, as my colleagues have already said in the House, a lot of the diets right now that children are exposed to, when you look at it, 49% of children, Madam Speaker, between the ages of 1 and 4, and 72% of children between the ages of 4 and 13 exceed the recommended limits of sodium. For sugar, which is probably the worst factor in terms of health, 78% of children aged 1 to 8 and 86% of children aged 9 to 13 exceed the WHO recommendations. So when you look at the magnitude of unhealthy diets amongst children as a matter of public health concern, the good news is we're going to do something to address the issue, and that is what this bill is about. This bill is about making sure that this next generation of children are not exposed to all of this advertising to influence them to want the sweet and sugary and high-calorie, high-fat, and high-sodium treats. Now, when you understand the magnitude of the problem, in looking at a study found in 2019, they found that children aged 2 to 11 were exposed to an average of 1,733 food advertisements per year on TV, equivalent of 33 food ads per week, close to 5 food ads per day for the average child. So, what do we do about it? When looking at this, we're very reactive, right? So we have people who are being exposed to the sugar, the high fat, the high sodium, which leads to disease. We've heard about it today in the debate, whether it be diabetes, whether it be obesity, whether it be eating disorders. For when children who are bullied in school because of their weight take extreme measures to try to lose weight. And I know for a fact, when I was in high school, I myself would restrict eating because I wanted to lose those last pounds, not realizing it was the sugar or the soda I was drinking that was actually impacting that. So this is about prevention, Madam Speaker. The billions of dollars that we spend every year in health care to treat diabetes, to treat cancers related to obesity, to treat heart disease. What if we were to flip it on its head? What if we were to prevent it? La prévention est clé.
Prevention is key.
Les habitudes tôt dans notre vie.
If we start these habits early in our lives, will keep them for the rest of our lives. But for someone who's 5 years old, watching YouTube, or is watching TV, or is online, all of the advertisements with television characters, with games, with songs. At 5 years old, they can't understand. They want those things. Looking at their friend at lunchtime who's got a Twinkie and they have an apple. Of course, kids want the Twinkie. They saw the song online. They want the Twinkie.
Bill will actually, long-term, actually reduce healthcare costs because more and more people are going to be making wiser choices, be educated about the foods that we're ingesting. I remember the Kool-Aid man. Remember the Kool-Aid? He would run through the wall, crash through. Well, what's in Kool-Aid? It's basically water and sugar. Tastes great, but there's nothing in it other than water and sugar. But I still remember the Kool-Aid man running through that wall, and I wanted Kool-Aid. And as a kid, I had the Kool-Aid stand, and I was selling the Kool-Aid stand because that was what we drank. Or, okay, I'm really dating myself, those little plastic drinks with the aluminum on top, and you'd poke a hole and squirt and see how far you can go with the squirting of the really basically sugar water.
I'm older than you. I don't.
Madam Speaker, but that's the point. The advertising to children, it sticks with us. We remember that. And so the importance of this bill, it cannot be expressed enough. We need to prevent healthcare problems in children. We need to support children, and I fully support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanantes.
The period for consideration of private members' business has expired, and the bill drops to the bottom of the order of precedence. As it is 2:30, the House will adjourn until Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.